you know.
Welcome and good evening, guys. Hey, Gil. Hey, Mark. Good to see you.
Good to be here.
Yeah.
I think we need to begin from the top, I guess. Steve and Tina Jewel was in earlier. And we have Phil and Clan Wolf. And Shannon was in, but she cannot be here today because she has to work. And CB popped in and said hi, so she will probably pop up. And we have Buglet, aka Emily. She will be here as well. Embassy Joseph also. Walt Rogers, good to see you. And Bob 942, good to see you, brother. And we have Troop 1351, Vanessa, Moon over Miami, good to see you. And Guardian, good to see you. Yeah, I think that was all. And we have CR in the house. Good to see you. And Bob 942 says coffee shop. It's the Marshmallow Man in the house, and the Bud Flies in the house, and PV in the house.
Hey, guys.
Let's see. PV. There you have the link, PV. Yeah, and Guardian Pops probably wants to join as well. So we gave him if he's still here, of course.
Just watch out for the trolls trying to pop in.
Yeah. Let's see who's popped up now. I think, that was PV. Hey, PV, good to see you.
Either somebody has birds in the background, or
That's me.
Yeah.
I have that high-end computer microphone that picks up a flea farting at 50 yards.
Can you hear me okay? I've got a new mic.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Right, good. How you doing, everyone? You all right?
Well, so far, we don't have any technical issues, so that's good for a start.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting tonight, folks. It's like we were talking beforehand, and it's we tugged every string on this one. It would take us till Christmas at least to talk about them all.
Yeah, it's a giant spider web, this topic.
I'm sure we'll find a few extra strings to pull on that have nothing to do with it. That always happens.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But anyway, before we get into the topic, I have to make a little announcement.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, it's a sad one.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, my mother passed yesterday, 1:35 p.m. So if I'm not with you guys all the time, you know what? Why?
Yeah. No worries. You can just let us do all the work, Phil. No worries.
Let's see here. We have Mrs. Ellen Najimi. Good to see you.
Well, Joran, I can sympathize with you. I've lost both my parents now. Lost my dad on Father's Day the year after I got married. and then lost my mom on Christmas evening in 2007. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's hard to lose a parent.
And
Yeah, and I lost my dad July 21st last year. We had his funeral on September 14th, and now my mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, you spent a lot of time going back and forth up there to get stuff straightened out. I remember that.
Hey, Lisa, good to see you, and thank you. So I just wanted you guys to know.
Yeah.
It's sad, but it is as it is.
Oh, I missed one on my side here.
Hey, Tibor 101, good to see you.
And Angel's Homestead came in over there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, shall we jump into today's topic? Now we
Can I make a short announcement?
Yeah.
I finally broke 2,000.
Ah.
Up to 2007 now. They haven't knock on wood yanked anything away. Just one more each day, and so yeah, it's looking good.
Zebra Prep.
Yeah, give it a few days. They'll knock a few off just to get you below that number again.
Yeah.
More videos,
Hi,
more
all,
subscribers.
watching live for the first time. Welcome. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, Zebra Prep.
Yeah.
So go on, Shadow. Explain what the actual topic's about.
Well, today's topic is if SHTF was near, what would you do? But this topic was suggested by Huga Homestead, or AKA CB, but the original title was too long, so the original title were like this: what would you do differently if you suspected a high probability of SHTF in the very near future? So I had to modify the title to fit YouTube. So
Right.
here we
You
are.
could have called it
And it's
the crap has hit the fan. Now what?
Well, it hasn't hit yet.
Hasn't hit yet. The crap is just about to fall into the fan. Now what?
Yeah.
Hey, Erna. Good to see you.
We see you could take this to a lot of multi stages.
Hey,
Yeah.
Howie. Good
Yep.
to see you too.
You could say, I would say, first of all, analyze what your threats are, because SHTF is a bit broad of a brush.
Hey, Crystal. Good to
It could
see
be anything
you.
from natural disaster to a man-made disaster, riots, social unrest, etc., etc. But if you're planning something's going to happen in the future because you base your threats or evaluation on the area you live in, and something is bound to happen sooner or later, then you could say you put a time frame on it. I don't know. You could say, right, you could have a 5-year plan, or all the way down to an immediate plan. Depends on, all the way down to sort of a plan where SHTF means.
Hey, Mike. Good to see you.
Hey, Mike.
UK Urban Prepper. Good to see you.
SHTF means that you've received an alert on your phone which you must act on. So time critical. And I suppose depending on those time
Hey,
frames,
FD Salt and Light. Good to see you.
you could then that would dictate your course of action. So, if it's a long way out, if you're preparing for something that's looming on the horizon, for instance, like, I don't know, Comet Apophis in 2029, the clock is ticking, so you can then plan for it in the long-term stage, all the way down to your sort of, I don't know, your own prepper DEFCON levels, if you like.
Yeah. Well, that's what Jordan and I were talking about beforehand. You got two main categories to look at. What is the event? What is the time frame?
Yeah.
Example would be, like you said, Apophis. All right, we got something happens and Apophis gets bumped by another asteroid, and suddenly they say it's going to hit Earth in 6 months. All right,
Yeah.
6 months, and you got Apophis. The other flip side of that is, oh crap, the sun just threw out an X10,000 solar flare at the Earth. It's going to hit us in a day and a half.
Yeah.
So it depends. It depends a lot on what the SHTF event is and how much lead time. And since CB's premise was that it's near, I'm saying something 6 months or less, where it's a definite going to happen, not a possible. It's a definite going to happen. And so, what are you going to do?
So I mean, preempting all that sort of stuff, you can literally, if anyone listening out there now who doesn't know where to start, who've come across this channel for, by accident, or it's been suggested, etc., then, start now. Start off with the basic generic preps, food, water, security, a possible alternate location, and so on and so on. There's plenty of videos about all that sort of stuff, and work from there. And then start formulating a plan in which you're going to immediately act. So you could even trim it down to something like your what I call IA drills, your immediate action drills, on receipt of various sort of signal events, or trigger events. If you're living in an area, and I suggest this would be in most cases around the Western world now, where some sort of terror event kicks off, that could potentially spiral into a response by the rest of the population that's going to escalate into violence and riots and social unrest, then that's the trigger event you look out for and stuff like this.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are trigger events which can be foreseen. There are other ones which are immediately sprung on you, like, the unforeseen ones that you might get through your emergency alerts on your phone, or through the grapevine, or through immediate eyes on through social media and stuff like that. There's many alert systems out there, from dedicated apps on your phone all the way through to social media, X, Facebook, where people start announcing things. And probably more often than not, you're going to find out through social media quicker than it actually, the news or other agencies tell you, unless it's literally at your doorstep now. So what do you do?
And a thing along with that too is that the event, whatever it is, some of us may get, it may pop up, information about it may pop up, and we're like, oh crud, this is it.
Welcome.
And others are going to be totally oblivious to it. So part of the population may not react at all to some events. Others are going to totally freak out, and they're going to be, going totally bonkers and causing problems. And so, there's each one of these types of things gives you leeway or no leeway to act.
Yeah. I think information dissemination and warning is pretty key. I mean, you're going to be very lucky if all your family members or all your group or all your unit are at your location at any one time during the warning or the event happening anyway.
Yeah.
So people should have their own sort of method of warning their friends and family and recall and things like this, because if your son, daughter, husband, wife, they're at work at the time, you're in your house, for instance, then you're immediately fragmented. So it's a bit, you're literally dealing with a situation until they all come back. If they come back, they might be tied up they might be delayed, and so on and so on. If they delay to such an extent, you don't really, you may not know what's happening. You might get to a certain level where all the lines of communication are jammed because of other people all sending messages at the same time, locking the system out and so on, overwhelming the system. So as far, if that happens, then tough. They've got to deal with it. It's up to them to implement their own get home scheme, and you've got to literally start implementing your own sort of
Hey, Jackie, good to see you.
lockdown and defense regime. So you might even be preparing the house or the vehicle in preparation to leave when the rest of your family comes back and so on. It's people will be in a good position if they preempted all this with some sort of simple plan to begin with. What if you're not at home when something happens? What do we do when everyone's together? Do we wait? Do we stay? Do we brass it out until our house is no longer viable to live in and then get out, or do we just bugger off straight away to a hotel or a friend's house or fully stocked bunker for the next 5 years and so on? So, I mean, it can be a difficult.
Hey, Teresa, good to see you, man.
Because there literally are so many variables in it.
Yeah.
But you got to start somewhere. So, I don't know. If you receive the warning over your phone, for instance, because you might be sat there snoozing or reading the book or not online, then that's the key kicker straight away, the key initiator. Get up, start implementing some sort of plan to A, get everyone together, and B, securing things,
It's like with my family right now. My daughter and her husband, kids are across the street on our property over there. My wife just is scheduled to retire the end of April. So she may be coming up here from California, or she may decide, I want a less stressful job and get a few more things paid off first for another year. She's talking about that now. But if, say, like we have something where we have, all right, the solar flare thing where we know it's going to be a electrical grid killer for the entire world, and it's going to get here in a day and a half. How many people in the cities are going to freaking run out of the cities? Well, I know my wife and my two sons down there have a backroads route from Northern California, San Francisco Bay Area, up here to Idaho. And it'll take them about 16 hours to drive up here to go on the back roads.
Yeah.
But,
hey, Guardian. Good to see you, brother.
Guardian. How you doing?
So it's certain things are going to happen. Now, if it's something like that's happening, and my wife's able to get hold of a couple of my nephews, she'll pass the word on to them. Whether or not they decide they're going to come up here too or not, they know they have a standing welcome, just as long as they bring food and guns.
Well, yeah,
because they're all hunters. They're all hunters, so they all can put meat on the table. So it's the thing is how far out is it going to go? I doubt my sister and her family down in Texas are going to come up here. I don't know. They may say, "Hey, can we come?" But that's the thing is you never know who's going to come to your location if you are the primary location, and who's not, and who's going to believe what's going on, and who's going to say,
hey,
"Oh, it's all another."
See you, brother.
Hey, and what they're going to say? Some people are out there going to say, "It's not real. It's not real," or it's X 100, X 10,000. Oh, that ain't going to do anything to the earth, really. You never can tell.
Yeah, the problem I've found is, especially this day and age, is hey Hugo, it's your subject. Especially this day and age is believing what you're actually being warned about. As part of it. People we're used to these days of being subject to hyped up, overinflated media news stories, and people cried wolf too many times. Some of these news companies that there's a massive thing coming. It's prepare now. It's the end of the world and all this sort of stuff. And there's a swarm of this coming or that coming, and people say, "Oh yeah, we've heard this before. It's not going to be that bad. We've survived in the past, etc., etc." I hear this a lot from especially the older folk. We survived in the war. What worse there can be? We're still here. So complacency and normalcy bias is huge.
Hey, Tech Bovey, good to see you.
Huge problem. However, having said that, I think people have got to, there's a separation between a natural disaster and a man-made sort of thing. People have got to be
Hey, Venerable Al,
concerned.
good to see you, brother.
People have got to be concerned with securing their location and securing the lives of the people there as a sort of priority. Take stock of what you got. If it's that bad, you're not going to venture out for a while, and make do. Start rallying people around. Disseminate the information. Warn other people. Get your neighbours on board if you can. You might even want to, if it gets that bad, depending on the scenario, you might even want to talk to your neighbours about barricading the roads and stuff like that, or putting eyes on the ground out and things like this. And like we said in previous podcasts and stuff, the need for information then becomes more, greater by the minute. You want to start assessing things like, how far is the event away? Is it going to affect me? How many's died? How many survived? Has my, immediate family, if there anyone that's involved in it, have they survived? How am I going to get contact with them? Start thinking about your power, your freezer, your fridge, possibly cooling or your heating plan as well. It's almost like if you get, it's almost like the Texas freeze scenario that you could adopt for other situations.
Yeah.
Who guys says I have a list for 1 hour in a day, in one day, second day, third day. If you don't write it down, you will forget to do something. I agree with that.
I just want to comment after Gil, but Gil, go for it first.
Pardon, what was that?
No, I was just going to say, hey, hello to everybody in the chat and to the panel. But I was just going to drop a bit of a comment as well, but I saw that you also wanted to say something. So please go ahead before, and then I can definitely hold my thought. Go for it.
Yeah. The one of the things I think what CB put out there about having a plan for the time frame and stuff brings back the old adage: if you failed to plan, you're planning to fail. If it's not written down, it's a wish, not a plan.
Yeah, I mean, those sayings sound cheesy, but they are true. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And they're a good way to remember things.
I wish I had a plan. Just kidding.
I think that there's a very
good to see you.
Hey, good to see you, Second Star. I think that there's a very different approach that I've basically taken for quite a while now, where I actively and I really do mean this when I say that I live by what I'm saying as well. I'm not just saying words for any reason. And I genuinely mean this when I say that I actively live consistently as though it's coming tomorrow. And I think that, a person can say, yes, but you shouldn't live in such a high state of anxiety. But the thing is that, there's even been recent, not even some of them recent, but some of them have been done quite a while back, where there is a large advantage to having a certain level of anxiety, and it actually can be good for your health. A lot of people will say that stress, has its, obviously negative effects, but there are legitimate, substantial positive effects that increase the vitality and longevity of a person's life when you do have a certain amount of anxiety. So it can be good. And not only that, but your day-to-day decisions that you're making, like the type of foods that you're eating, are you getting used to the types of foods that you would have to eat in a survival situation? Are you capable of growing those foods? So how often? And I just want to say quickly, I'm always, explaining one of the new plants that I got, but today I put in some nasturtiums, and I'm really, really happy about that, obviously, because they've got so much great value in the garden. But yeah, that's just from my side. What I'm basically saying in a nutshell is to live by live by the mantra consistently. Do the things all the time that you would be doing in SHTF. Work on your fitness, work on your capability to grow, work on your knowledge base, and work on your community. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents about it.
Hey, strong woman, good to see you.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, people have got to, if you don't do that, it just gets put on the back burner and then kicked down the road. And then, when something does happen, it's all back to square one and people aren't in the right sort of mind frame to act. It's one of the reasons, I mean, I spent 25 years in the army, and we used to train certain subjects quite intensively, and various other ticks in the boxes once a year minimum. And you'd always do pre-training before you were on exercise. You'd always test your gear before you were on exercise. All the time you're maintaining your gear, you're checking it over, making sure it's in tip-top condition. You're keeping yourself physically fit. You're keeping you're making sure you're densely fit all the time. So when somebody does come across your threshold, then you're there waiting, you're ready. You know, you're in good condition because you've kept yourself fit. You know your teeth are good. So they have a massive tick in the box. You know you've got a good supply of food and water that you can sustain yourself for a minimum of, say, 2 weeks. You know you can protect yourself. You know you can defend yourself. You know you've got the neighbours on board and all this sort of stuff. Hey, Hugo.
Hi, guys.
Welcome to the panel.
Hey, CB.
Oh, there you go.
Whoop.
See you later, CB.
Hi, CB.
I want us into the room.
She don't like you anymore, Gil.
I want us left the room.
Loud.
Oh, she's mad because I didn't do my 30-second CB.
So,
Well, I think she pushed the wrong button. I believe.
people can, they can adopt, like a DEFCON style attitude to things, I suppose. At the moment you could be in, what's the highest one, 1 or 3? If you're in, say, DEFCON 3 or PrepCon 3, then you're just, looking around, monitoring
Hey,
things.
Emily, good to see you.
Things start to pop up on the horizon. You raise your level up to PrepCon 2, for instance, and then when you know something's coming, it's PrepCon run, right, implement the plan sort of thing. So you either get out your folder that says actions on in the event of a riot, if you're that way inclined and you can't remember things, or you put into motion your plan that you've rehearsed and talked about with your family. There's the problem, you see. We'd love to all think that the whole family is there on board, fully drilled up, along with the man of the household and all this sort of thing, but it's probably not going to be the case. So you've got to lead this way. This is when leadership takes place. Whoever the leader of the household is, or the group, or the unit, or the community, or whatever it is, then people are going to be looking around and waiting for someone to make the command decision to act. Right, let's get to this location, or right, okay, start taking stock of what we got. And monitoring things, send out the information to people, tell people what's happening, and so on and so on. But yeah, I think initially you've got to assess the situation and make a command decision. No, there's nothing worse than dithering about acting, because you could be just sat there dithering, watching the TV, waiting for them to tell you something, or
Welcome back, Hugo.
Here we go.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
You pushed
Making
the
a
wrong
solid-
button, right?
Apparently.
Making a solid sequence of actions that you've thought about beforehand.
Yeah.
Yes.
One of the things that getting back and what would you do? And I'm going to make some unethical hypothetical suggestions. Okay. If you have lead time and stuff, and everybody's not panicking, some people are probably going to go out and, okay, this is going to happen in 4 weeks. I'm going to go out and max out the credit card, buy all the extra food, all the freeze-dried stuff, go buy all the stuff I haven't been getting and max out my credit cards.
Yep.
Because I'm not going to have to pay it back because everything's going to go kind of.
You're going to hit send on that wish list on Amazon.
Yeah. Now I can just go, purchase all.
Well, I mean, that's part of my plan is that sort of thing. I haven't got credit cards, but
Hey there, love, survival. Good to see you, brother.
It's what my sort of mentality is. You prep to a certain baseline, a generic set of preps. You might be prepping for specific events, but you're then monitoring the information streams coming in. So you're monitoring social media, you're monitoring news feeds, you're listening to what friends and family are saying, and group events that you go to are saying. and something comes across your radar, then you start investigating that as a secondary sort of confirmatory action as to what's happening. If something, and what that does is that gives people the essential lead time to then put either get out if you're going to, bug out by car or foot or wherever it is. It gives you essential lead time to possibly go to a selected set of locations to stock up on supplies before the hordes, and it gives you essential lead up time to get everyone back to your location, all consolidated safely before hell breaks loose. That is the sort of that's what similar thing to what you were saying there, Gil. That's what I'm my sort of mindset is, because I've got a list in my prep notebook of things that I would immediately go out and get, and I know where to get them. You see,
Hey, Nelly.
to top up your preps.
Stream.
Yeah, to respond to Kathy's question that Jordan just put up there, I would say in the most severe cases of SHTF, where it affects the whole country or affects the whole world, yeah, the grid's going to go down because people aren't going to be going to work to maintain it. They're going to be staying home to take care of their family. And when things start going clickety, clickety, click, and start collapsing here and there, there's not going to be anybody going out there to repair it because they're busy taking care of their own. So yeah, I would say in 80% of the cases, the grid's going to go down within 90 days.
And also not just that, but once it does go down, it takes a really long time for certain systems to come back up. And it's that period of time that you need to prepare for. Well said, Gil.
Yeah. And tagging on to
Hey,
that a little bit to what Jordan and I were talking about before we started the live. One of the things I got to get with my wife and make sure we paid off our house in California. We got 3 more payments on the house across the street. When I need to find out if she already got the deed in hand for the California property. And if not, she needs to get that deed in hand. And as soon as the one here gets paid off, we need to get the deed in hand for that. Because after things go down, you're not going to be able to get the deeds. And if you have the paper deed in hand and someone says, well, this is my property. No, it's not. I got the deed and it says it's mine. You got to be able to protect your property that way too. When government starts, when a local government starts building back up and everything starts to recover and someone's trying to be a bully and take people's properties away from them, you want to make sure you have, if you own your property outright, you want to make sure you have it. And even if you can get a deed with lien on it, showing that there's a lien to the lending institution on it, but it shows that it's in your name and stuff, and you got your tax stuff and everything else, so you can say, hey, no, it ain't yours. You have nothing to do with the property. That's something you may want to consider. Most people don't even think about that.
I agree. I definitely agree.
And if you can, make copies of everything so you got a hard copy and put it in, like I use those plastic sleeves that you can, use a binder and put the paper in the plastic sleeve so it's semi-durable, not really waterproof, but semi-durable, and then put it on a zip drive or flash drive or something like that.
An extension on that CB is to put that binder in some sort of a fireproof, waterproof file box.
Wow, that's probably where it is. I'm looking for it right now. I'm actually looking for it so I can join the conversation, and I'm like, what did I do with it? I had it out.
Yeah, you put it in a safe place where you wouldn't lose it. You forgot.
Yeah, I think that's what I did. I have the copy. I have on the computer. Like I said, I had like first hour, first day, that kind of thing, and that was the one I was really wanting. But on the computer, I saved day 2, 3, and 4, which is not as relevant to the topic, but it kind of is, because like with the Red Dragon, we got a little bit of leeway time before things started shutting down, but that could have gone sideways real easy, especially since it happened right around St. Patrick's Day, because I know everybody was, at least around here, they were all going to the bars and things like that. And if you had told them that they were shutting all of that down, you could have had a lot of idle hands really causing some problems.
Yeah.
But I got day 2 here, and I can run through a couple of the things. This isn't really OPSEC because who cares what I'm going to be doing, right?
It's ideas for everybody else.
Yeah. Everybody, that gives you kind of an idea. Let me give you these 3 days since I got them here. I have sandbags, so I just have them bullet pointed. Day 2, I have placed the sandbags, fill the pots with water, like kitchen stuff. Everybody's is going to be different. Let me preface it with that everybody's list is going to be totally different. But if you have a list, when things are going sideways, when everybody's running around, kids, family are all running around, nobody quite knows what to really do. Because if you remember when they were getting ready to shut things down because of Red Dragon, it was quick and everybody was kind of scrambling. And that was when that's when I started prepping, because I found myself at the grocery store the day before they shut everything down. They shut down the grocery stores and the restaurants and everything, all the everything. And it was crazy. And I said, I'll never, ever be put in that position again. Let's see. Now, mind you, this is on day 2. So you've already gone through a lot of it and you're really starting to get into a little bit more of the crazy, so you have to get into more of the security. Establish a rotation for security watch. And I have on here because I have night vision glasses. So I have NVG is on there. Place the boards at the windows because I have plywood for the windows that are pre-drilled holes with the screws taped to the boards. And then they're just like under the bed, behind the headboards, or like there's one behind the couch, so place those at the windows. Disperse the supplies. So you probably don't want your supplies just sitting out everywhere. And you can kind of start doing inventory at that point. I have a camp shower. So it's locate the camp shower. And if you have a toileting situation, if you have one of those 5-gallon bucket kind of toilets, or if you have a camp toilet or whatever you are planning to do with that, because the water will get shut off pretty quickly. It won't take but a couple of days before the water goes, and you'll need, you'll need to kind of get together like what you're going to do with your toilet situation, because you don't want it backing up. Gil, you could probably speak to that one, how that works. Like, if it would.
There's several things like that. I just remember you live in a cul-de-sac, if I remember right, CB.
Sort of. Yeah.
Of course, hey, one of the things you guys, your group needs to think about doing is finding out where the water mains are, the valves, so you can go out and start shutting those off as you work your way away from your place. Because once the pressure's gone in those pipes, the water is still in the pipe. It's still full. So you got plenty of water there stored underground. But if you shut it off, nobody else, if they don't have those special valves, can't get to it. And that way, once you get it taken care of, you can drain it to your location. And because nice. if you're in a cul-de-sac, there's going to be a pump spot to be able to drop the pump down to pump the lines dry. And most water districts do that. So nice. That's one of the things. Like my son knows where all the valves are. We have the valve wrench there because I used to work underground construction many moons ago, and he works construction part-time. He works security also. But he knows, I showed him where all the valves are for our neighborhood, so that when it goes down, one of the things he can do, he can shut off the main coming down from the big water tank on the hill, and everybody thinks it's just out of water. And then he can shut off other ones, and then every now and then go up and turn it on for a little bit, turn it off to fill the lines down in front of our house back up, and we can pump out of there.
Vanessa's brought up a good key point there. If someone else is looking out the window and you see someone tampering with the water valve, so you could, be perceived as tampering with their system then, and they might not take too kindly to it. So if anyone is suggesting to do that, it might be worth talking to the neighbors and telling them beforehand, explaining.
Oh yeah, well we got like in California, neighbor across the street is a Hercules PD officer. 2 doors up, it's a California Highway Patrolman. They all know about it.
So what would the situation be like if the water was turned off for like drainage, like flushing toilets, for letting the water go down the drains? I know that there's a thing that you can get to keep it from reversing back. I don't have one, but from the main.
That is something really easy to get, at least here in the United States. You can get a really inexpensive one-way valve or a check valve and put it on your where the water comes into the house. Generally, most houses here in the United States have a 3/4 inch feed line coming into the house, and there's generally a union there, and that's easy to work with. And there's plenty of videos on how to install those. The other thing which most people really fail to do is if you got a water tank, you put one on the feed side of that water tank, so it can't suck out, because if there's dang it, I froze. Simple thing is that like a backhoe working out there doing something, and the operator bumps the water line and breaks it. It can drain all the water out of your hot water heater fairly quickly. Yeah, it acts like a suction. It'll just start pulling the water out of all the water heaters in the neighborhood.
Yeah, we got a simple stop valve.
Yeah,
I think that's an important point, is the water. I mean, one of the immediate effects people should be thinking about is water straight away, because the clock is ticking with water, especially if you haven't got a lot stored. And people say, like, fill the baths and that kind of stuff, but it's got to be.
Problem is, if you fill the bath up with water, that water just became non-potable water.
Right.
Because the bath is not a clean, sanitized storage vessel for water.
Get one of those bathtub storage water bags that go in the bathtub and fill it up. And
a water bob
might be a better idea.
Yeah, water bob.
Well,
I have a water bob, but I've never filled it.
Wherever the water is, you can still at least process it afterwards, you see.
Yeah.
I've never filled it because it didn't seem like it would be easy to drain it out totally dry, and I didn't want any kind of mold or anything in it. Also, if you get a water bob is like a big balloon that fits in your tub, and you attach it to the spigot. And but that's the point I wanted to make, is that the water bob, I kind of got it out and saw how it worked, and it needs like something to clamp it on to your spigot, because everybody's spigot's kind of different and things like that. So if you get one, just check it out, pull it out of the box and check it out, and make sure that you can get it to seal onto your tub spigot, so you can fill it and it won't be leaking out. And then it has like a pump.
Yeah, and that takes you back to your base plan. You should have a base plan to, not for individual plans, but a base plan. And you should have water. Water is part of your base plan, and food's part of your base plan. Medical's part of your base plan. You need to have all the things for water. For your water, chapter of your base plan is, storage containers, filtration. Where you can go to scavenge more water. Different resources around. You should have all that in place already. But like if you've never used that water bob, don't practice with it, because the companies themselves say it's a one-use item. It's a one-use, because you can't get it dry. you can't, get it, to use again. You're going to have the possibility of bacteria and mold building up in those. Unlike a 5-gallon jug, you drain it, right? Okay, you fill it up again. You're able to put a couple drops of bleach in there, and you're good to go. With that water bag, you can't just practice with it.
They're too flimsy, those things. So for what they cost, it's just a complete rip-off, I think. I'll put a link in the comments that I was searching for a couple of weeks ago. Slightly more expensive, but they're far more robust. You can get bigger versions of them as well. It's like a big water bladder. But yeah, water. Fill your water up straight away, because once the water stops, that's it. Stops. Then you're down to rainwater collection. Unless you got a well or anything like that, you're pretty much stuffed. And you're then talking again. If you haven't got a large-scale volume water purification system that you can make water drinkable, then it's going to be good luck with those people who think they can just get away with a survival straw and you'll be sucking through that for the rest of the SHTF event.
Yeah. Well, Tibor put out. So I'm streaming to my channel as well. So some of you guys can't see like Tibor's comment. He said, you can remove the fancy cover from the faucet the water comes out of, and generally you'll have a 1/2-inch pipe nipple sticking out there. You just need a pipe wrench to take it off, and that gives you something easier to hook up for your water bob and stuff. And if you need to, you can opt from the 1/2-inch pipe sticking out there for the water faucet for the bathtub. You can, once you take off the outer cover on it, you can get an adapter from 1/2-inch to 3/4-inch garden hose. Now you can put a garden hose on there, and you can do stuff like that too.
See, when you're speaking about multiple different levels of plans as well, I think it is honestly important for us to be mindful of that. However, this goes back to, near SHTF, what would you do? And it's just really important to, if you don't have a specific skill set and you have a major gap, and you have a specialist, such as somebody that understands industrial plumbing, like with what Gil's speaking about there now, having people within a community and being able to discuss like SHTF type scenarios before they happen with those people, if you earn a bit of trust with them. It also can be good to just have diversify the amount of friendships that you have within different groups, because there are people that are extremely useful, not only for the long term, but just like the amount of value that each person brings into a group. Like when you meet somebody in the beginning, so for example, like you come across a person and you don't always understand their background and their history, and it's just incredible that people can bring certain skill sets so powerfully across into any group. So yeah, make a friend with a person like Gil, and at least have
absolutely.
It's very helpful to have community engagement.
All right.
I found it. I found it on my computer.
Okay, I want to share something here. There we go. Jordan, I want to share this for a question that was in there about for the water valves and stuff on commercial buildings and stuff. These are called Silcock keys, and they come in different ones. There's all sorts of different ones you can get, including one of these multi ones like this. And so like a lot of the commercial buildings have outside hose bibs, but nobody has the key for it unless they happen to have one of these type keys that'll be able to turn on that water. And so in commercial buildings, there's going to be a lot of pipe work and water in there that nobody ever gets to and nobody ever uses, because but most people don't have the key for it to to open it up. You can bring, sneak up there at night, drain some water out into your 5-gallon bucket, turn it back off, and get away in the middle of the night, so you can get 5 gallons of water. That's good for people in the city. And yeah, there's a you go around any business building, off federal buildings, state buildings, city building, office buildings, whatever, the big buildings and stuff, and you look outside, there'll be a hose bib on the outside, but there's no knob on it, and generally has a recess with whatever type of fitting that those keys go on down inside. So that's why you need one of those Silcock keys to get in there and turn it. You
see, there's also a large amount of knowledge that comes in tandem with that. I see we lost Duke for a second there again. So there's definitely a large amount of knowledge that can assist you in that scenario too, like because you will come across sometimes problems, and understanding how to troubleshoot in a scenario like that with plumbing is obviously useful. So just building on certain gaps that you don't have now as well, I think that that's really important, and just understanding the basics of the basis of things and how people kind of used to get by in the past as well.
Someone put up a good comment earlier. The question basically was, you've got to be prepared to accept the fact that you may be wrong about the actual SHTF event.
Right.
Therefore, be able to be prepared to backtrack on the decisions you're about to implement.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to put a halt to things before it goes beyond the point of return, so to speak.
Right.
That includes, that includes dishing out your own sort of justice and things like this, because it may come to a point where violent action and things like this. If you start terminating people, law and order at some point, in some way, shape, or form, will return. So you've got to be able to answer to that sort of thing as well.
Yeah.
I agree.
With the credit cards.
Oh, go ahead.
With the credit cards, that's one of the things you don't.
Yeah.
You get ready. You're on the cusp. You're waiting.
Right.
And when you know 100% sure, okay, we've reached that tipping point. This is going to happen.
Right.
That's, and there's no turning back. 100% sure this is going to happen. That's when you go out and you max out your credit cards on that at that point.
You max out your credit cards. You think, oh crap, it's not happening.
Yeah,
I'm going to be eating noodles for the next 10 years, sort of thing.
I'm going
then you get all the cool gadgets, though.
Things to the store a lot.
Opening up an eBay store.
Yeah, it was like the old War of the Worlds when they came out with the movie, and that where, it was fake, but people thought it was real, and they're out there like shooting water towers with their guns and thinking that the world is ending because they didn't do their research, and they missed the actual part that says this is fake.
But better to be too prepared than not prepared enough. And when I made these lists, it was meant to be very fluid, because you don't know what the situation is going to be, and it's impossible. And I mean, I've seen people who have done the list for different scenarios, but I just made one and said, I need to be very, very flexible. I did find I did it like first hour, first day, second day, third day, fourth day. And I found it on my computer. So if I can backtrack back to the beginning of when things first go crazy, back to where you guys were saying, hit enter and go ahead and order all your stuff online.
Hey, Scottish Prepper 73, good to see
my
you.
list has things that, hi Kevin, it has things that everybody can, when the people, most households have a primary prepper. You have the person who's, really into the prepping, and then everybody else is kind of going along with it. They're kind of on different levels of, how into prepping they are. But if you give them a list and you say, okay, here's a list of what we need to do, everybody can grab something and they know which way to go. So anyway, here, my first hour, I have lock the doors, lock the gate, lock the shed, turn on the outdoor lights. Those are things that if you don't actually have it written down, it sounds really silly to write it down, but it's really important if you're not really sure what's going down, what's going to be happening. Second thing, and I have this on here several times, grab water and drink it. Let's see. Then this is like very, very beginning. Like first hour is like if you don't even know for sure what's going on. I have start the washer, get all the dirty clothes and the towels and the sheets and everything going, get the dishwasher going. This is assuming you still have electric. If you don't have electric, you're going on to the next step. Of course, turn on the TV to check the news. I have an app. There's lots of apps on your phone to find out the news and things that are going on, assuming you still have a phone. You need to find your radio. If you have a battery operated radio or a weather radio, If you have ham or Baofangs or anything like that, even the walkie-talkie type, now's the time to go find those. Check the batteries and everything.
Yeah, see, I just put
Plug
out
in your
here.
cell phone.
Yeah, see,
Say
I
it
just
again?
put in here. Charge your cell phones and
Yeah,
stuff.
plug your cell phone in, because so many people in so many situations, they get in the situation and then all of a sudden they find out that they've got half battery power, and that's huge. I have a police and fire app on my phone for my area. This app goes all over the world, which is kind of cool because you can check what's happening in other places. But and if you travel, you can get the news of what's going on. It gives you the police radio and like the fire radio,
Yeah,
and you
scanners.
can listen in. Okay, establish communication with your family. And that would be a really good time before the phones go out to think about a code word or code words of whatever when you're talking to your family and you're saying, hey, things are going crazy. Just check in with everybody. That would be a good time to just establish a code word or even a meetup place in case things get really weird. And that if you lose your phone, it'd be really good to have that.
Yeah.
If the phones go out, but charge your batteries. I have charged my laptop, my Roomba. Yes, I have an electronic, or what do you call a robot vacuum? The screwdrivers, because I need my. I don't have a plug-in screwdriver. I only have the cordless ones, and I need to be able to board up the windows, so I have to have that screwdriver. Flashlight. Do you have batteries in it? My Jackery, is it totally Jackery? My battery bank, the battery banks you have for your phone, those little portable ones. Make sure that you've got those plugged in. You should call and get any prescriptions filled that you need, just in case, because a lot of people were stuck when everything shut down right away, or supply lines got bad during Red Dragon, and they needed to get prescriptions. And then you don't know if you're going to be out and about, or if you still have the ability to get out and about. You could, you don't know. So I kind of have all that on here, that if you are out and about, I actually have different stores, like the grocery store. And what that particular grocery store has, like my grocery store has propane, it has a pharmacy, it has water, it has non-pew-pew self-defense stuff, it's got rechargeable items, it's got the NOAA radios, clothes, boots, and one big one is ice. If you're not sure what's going on, and you're heading home, getting that ice, you're going to be glad you did, before everything closes, or because you may need to be putting things in ice if the electric goes out. You should be keeping your gas tank full and having cash, but if you don't, that would be a real good time to get it on your way home.
Yeah.
So like the hardware store, they have a ton of stuff. If you were to be passing a hardware store, if you wanted to run into a hardware store, garbage bags, they've got traps for animals, they've got perimeter alarms, they've got tools, they got pretty much everything you would need. And then I added to the list again, drink water, because you need to do that. Maybe even eat a nutrition bar. That would be good too, because you don't really know what you're in for. So you want to be kind of prepared that way. I have Gills on there, the place your online orders. Let the dogs go out to pee and feed them, because that may, in the process of doing things, that may go, get shoved way back in there, and you forgot to do that. And then if you have to stay in the house, if things get kind of crazy and you need to stay inside, let them out to pee before things get crazy. But you wouldn't necessarily have to start cooking everything in your fridge, but kind of get an idea of what you have.
Yeah.
So that you have a plan, because if the electric goes out, you don't want to open your fridge right away.
Right.
You know, you want, but it'd be good to know what's in there, kind of get an idea of what's in there. But if you're not sure what's happening yet, that's really the time to use your water. You know, because you don't know, you know, take your shower. And when you get changed, change into clothes that if you had to leave right away, you were dressed to leave right away. Like, what if I were to bug out right now? What kind of shoes would I want to have on? You know, is all the kids have a jacket ready to go? You know, are they all dressed, you know, if we had to leave? And where are the bug out bags? You know, if we have them, where are the bug out bags? And I don't know about everybody else, but I don't keep water in my bug out bag. I don't keep water already in it, I have a stainless steel bottle. So I would want to put water in that. And mine has a bladder. My backpack has a bladder in it. And I kind of, that's something to do before you lose the water. And for me personally, I have find the flashlights and batteries, and to bring firewood up to my rocket stove. And let's see. And then anything that takes water to water it. I mean, it sounds silly, but I'd run around watering my plants, and, you know, just anything that takes water, just because you don't know. And that wouldn't even be, that's kind of when you don't really even know what's happening yet, you know, but you got time on your hands, because we kind of did when that thing happened in 2020. You had time on your hands, and you're kind of like, what do I do with it? At least I was, because I wasn't prepping then. So I was kind of like, what would be the best use of my time?
Yeah. Well, all right. For everyone out there with water, everyone, you look around, you see like a 55-gallon barrel, blue food grade barrel for pouring water in, and it's, you know, some are now like $95 or $100. Well, one of the things I do, and Jordan, if you could share that, I have IBC tote, 275-gallon totes. Here's a refurbished one. It means they put a new plastic container inside the metal cage. $150, $125. There's a brand new one, but $135 refurbished. Here's some used ones, not refurbished, but used ones. I get mine one-time use from the distillery 4 miles up the road here, and it's had 193 proof potato alcohol in it. That's all it's had in it.
Oh, so it's clean, very clean.
It's sterilized.
That's a great resource.
$60 is what I pay for them.
Wow, that's an incredible resource.
Yeah, and I got some in my shop just sitting there with that in it. One of those gives me, you know, at a gallon a day of drinking water. Some days I won't drink that much. Some days I'll drink more. That gives me what, 2/3, 3/4 of a year of water, and I got several of them out there. And so yeah, there is, you know, and it's, you know, $60. You can't get a 55-gallon barrel anywhere.
Yeah.
Granted, you ain't going to be moving this, but hey, even if you bug out, you're not going to be taking that 55-gallon barrel anyway. So that's over 400 pounds right there. So this just sits in the shop out here, and I got the connectors to hook up to it, so I can hook a garden hose up to it, and I can just, you know, pump it out and fill up my 5-gallon buckets from it.
I have 2 behind the shed, and the animals are next to the shed. So the shed has a metal roof and gutters, and they drain into the 2 tanks. And then a hose comes off of that. One goes towards the garden, and the other one I use in the animal enclosures for the animals.
And that's what most people forget. I got my water. Well, what about your pets? Well, you got chickens. What about water for your chickens? You got rabbits. What about water for your rabbits? Excellent. Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah,
I got a
that's
first
excellent.
day one if y'all want to hear that one. There's a
Yeah,
bunch of,
yeah, go ahead.
okay. Now, of course, I got drink water again because you got to keep throwing that in there. Because, yeah, on a normal day, I don't remember to drink water. I think I was talking about the boards for the windows and stuff on day 2. But I also have duct tape and if you need to close up the vents or anything like that, or if you're going to use tarps or black bags, like the contractor bags on your windows, I intend to do that first before doing actually going so far as to board them up, just for light.
Like,
Yeah. And the gas, I have my gas cans. I actually want to bring them closer to the house because I know if the gas pumps get shut off, people will be looking for gas, and I don't want to have my gas cans stolen. Let's see, and of course you'll be contacting family. Collecting the things that if I was going to bug out, what I would be putting in my vehicle, if I was going to be putting those in my vehicle. And then you start looking at your self-defense items, if those are ready and cleaned and things like that. So I think it can really calm you down if you have a plan and you know what to do, and you're not just sitting there thinking the worst and worrying about things. You're kind of just too busy, doing what you got to do. I think that can kind of help keep you calm, keep the family calm, give them something to do. I have oil lamps. If you have any candles, that wouldn't be your first go-to, but I have oil lamps that I would check to make sure that I have the oil in them and they're ready to go if I needed them. And let's see. Some of these I already covered. Like I said, I have a camp shower, so that would be something. And there, you can make a laundry bucket. There's videos on YouTube where you take a 5-gallon bucket and you put a lid on it. You put a hole in the center of the lid. You put a toilet plunger. You buy a new toilet plunger and put a toilet plunger in there, and you can use it to kind of wash your clothes. So, that might be something that, if you have one, and that would be the time when you start thinking about your food and what you have, and, a meal plan of, what you're going to be fixing, that sort of thing. I have cleaned my car in case I were to have to bug out, because I don't want to have to, worry about whether or not my car is prepared to go. But yeah, I would make sure that I had unnecessary things out of my car. And because when I leave the house, it's like I'm moving out. And every time I come home, I'm always carrying stuff in too. So there's always stuff in my car. The solar chargers. I have solar charger for the phone, the little portable one, to set that in the window to make sure it's all charged up. And if you have a buddy heater, one of the little small propane heaters, if it's winter, you might want to think about where is that? If it's summer, where are your box fans? Let's see. What else? Oh, a cooking stove, or how are you going to cook? Your grill, things like that. Like, how are you going to cook if the electric goes out? If the electric goes out for a short time and comes back on, you could get a surge on the power. So you might want to unplug things if electronics that may have a problem, if you're concerned about like EMP or something like that, unplug all those things from the wall. Let's see, that's the time to get out the NOAA radio. Replace any batteries with fresh batteries so you're ready to go. Don't if it's like a blackout situation, don't open the fridge or the freezers. Because you know what? You have to actually tell kids that, because that they will get bored or they'll get kind of nervous and they're going to stand there with the refrigerator open, and that's really not, when you want to do that. Creek water distribution.
Yeah, excellent, cool. Bob. Excellent.
It's
cool.
Water distiller.
Yeah.
Little
What's neat about those stainless steel ones, if you can find an old rear projection TV at the dump and get the Fresnel lens out of it, you can use that to heat those up, without no fire or anything. Just use the sun to heat that up and concentrate the heat down on it and heat it up. Good.
Nice. Very cool. That would also be a time, like you were talking about those large tanks that you have for water, to check to make sure fill them up, make sure they're full. Because like mine come off of the shed, so they wouldn't necessarily be full. I'd have to go check it.
Yeah,
I got a couple. Probably want to bring your mail
Bob,
in.
I think you're muted, Bob. Can't hear you. Can't hear you, Bob. Yeah. Okay, there we go.
Oh.
Nope, still muted, Bob.
Yeah, he's still muted.
That's right. CR's happy now because he can't hear Bob fire him. Hey, everybody's talking about, I need oil lamps and buddy heaters. Now, how come nobody's bringing up fire extinguishers? Kind of need that, because when the crap hits the fan, the fire department ain't coming.
Fire extinguishers. Point to remember. Get the older models that they fill with water and you pressurize it from an air hose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can refill and recharge those, even if you got to pressurize it with a bicycle pump.
So, fun fact on those fire extinguishers: if you have a little bit of jet dry in the house for your dishwasher, not that I use that stuff, but I know where to get a lot of it. Add a little bit of that to the water, because it makes the water stick to things. It's like water wetter for the fire department. So it doesn't bead and run off. It helps it like sheet on there a little better, so it doesn't just run away as you're trying to put something out. Just a thought.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, yeah. On the water. So CB has some of those IBC totes for rainwater collection. I got a couple set out in my garden, but I can't use those until until probably the 1st of May, or a little bit later when the temperature's warmed up, so they don't freeze and rupture. So so that's when I start collecting water in those for the garden, is in May.
I've tried those heaters that you drop down in there. But they have to be plugged in. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you're if you're totally off grid and you can have the power for that, that's great. Then you can just get those and drop those in there. And I don't know if Bob saw your link that you dropped for him.
Yeah, I dropped it for him.
Yeah.
You'd want to kind of set up like a hand washing station, or where you put water where you're going to need it.
Yeah.
Like if you have gallons of water, you can still flush the toilet and stuff a couple of times with just, a couple gallons of water until you can't. But if you put those in the bathroom and, then you're still going to have to wash your hands and, And another thing I thought of, check your spare tire in your car. If you were to try to bug out in your car it would be good to make sure that that spare tire you probably haven't checked in a while to make sure that it has air in it.
Yeah. So let me share this here real quick for you guys. So there, yeah, you can buy the 2.5 gallon fire water extinguishers, from Webstront store, 125, the fire store 180. But you can also use your 5 gallon, just a 5 gallon pump sprayer, and take the spray nozzle so it just shoots out as a jet, and that'll work too. But yeah, there are a bunch of different water ones available, different prices. But they're everything I've seen here is between 180 and 125. You can buy
This
a
might
lot
be a
of
dumb question.
you can buy a lot of 2 gallon or 5 gallon, yard sprayers for fire extinguishers.
Yeah. Those
Done that a few
blankets,
times.
the fire blankets,
Yes.
are they? That's kind of a dumb question, but are they a one-time use? For sure, they're only one-time use.
No.
The heavy duty ones are not one time use, but they will be, quote, contaminated with smoke. And if it's a kitchen fire, you may get some grease on it and stuff. But you got to check with the individual brands to see if they're washable or not, and it can be clean, whether they can be easily cleaned. But yeah, as far as the fire blankets, yeah, it depends on, you got to check into them, because there's a whole variety of good quality, poor quality ones.
Hey, Bob, welcome back.
Okay, test 1 2 test.
Yeah, we can hear loud and clear.
Yes.
Yeah, we've got, yeah.
And
Okay.
now you can
Yeah.
fire CR again.
I did twice yesterday. I fired him 2 times yesterday in a row on the same video. Yeah, his comments. You're fired. Now this is that distiller. I use it twice a week in distilled water, and there's the minerals from my tap water that's left behind. And
Yeah.
I tell you, it's about $100, but it's worth it. It's totally autonomous. I set it up on the stove, turn on the stove, and walk away, and it just does all of it by itself. But it's one thing I keep: 1 gallon of distilled water. And I mentioned this on a live the other day, that this could even be used medical use for flushing out wounds, because it's sanitary.
Yeah.
Brand new container, and that's over here, not far away from the kitchen. So something like
And that's
that.
what you want to use in a
It's
CPAP.
$100. It's $100 well spent. Yeah.
Good.
So I think
Anyway.
when if something is about to happen, people have got to get in the right frame of mindset, prioritize what's the most important things, and above everything else, you've got to be able to prepare for. You got to accept loss as well. Not only, I'm not talking about people and stuff like, physical loss of property, vehicles, etc., because some things are going to get burnt, some things are going to get trashed, something is going to get smashed up. I just roll with it. Things are going to happen. Prioritize what is the most important thing, and it's going to be your own life and self-preservation and continuation of your unit.
Yeah, I'll add to that, PV.
Those that didn't prepare.
Yeah. What do you do? Well, you do without.
Yeah.
I've seen
yeah.
You know what I mean?
I've seen
what
too
do
many
you do?
people.
You do without.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen too many people these days. They get so hung up on, their prized possession. Yeah, they've lost something insignificant, or they've dropped their phone, for instance, and they just absolutely go off on one because what? Get over it. It's an object. Get a replacement, or be prepared for loss, and that mental side of it. And I've seen this on ops as well, where people they work themselves up into a frenzy, and they just convince themselves that it's going to be the nightmare scenario based on every sort of immediate event that's happened. It's just not the case. Things will stabilize. You'll get into your routine and so on. Some people get into a routine longer than others. Depends on how slick your operation is and how much you pre-train and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, people will struggle. People will lose things. So this is the whole thing about things, you see. The ability to adapt to situation and modify your behavior for the new situation. That's what it's all about. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I say one of the first things you should do after you've secured your location is take stock of what you've got, so you can then move forward. Because you might have lost half of what you have stored, for instance. So that's it. There is no help. There is no resupply. Get on with it.
One of the things to consider with that is, if the power goes out, I got several chest freezers full of meat and stuff.
Mm.
You don't have a way to keep those chest freezers running. You're going to lose it.
Yeah.
One of the things I'm doing is I'm working down my chest freezer by taking the meat out and canning it, because canned meat actually lasts longer than frozen meat. So, if power goes out, hey, my canned jars of hamburger and pork chops and whatever, they're going to last 5, 6, 7 years, no problem.
Yeah, my freeze dried stuff's going to last 25. So,
yeah, but I can't afford a freeze dryer yet.
Yeah, we take electricity far too much for granted, and it's refrigeration. I think people underestimate the actual their power needs.
Yeah.
They might have a one of these little Bluetti, a Jackery type box, but you got to recharge the thing at the end of the day. And,
you're only going to get a few days out of a Jackery running a fridge if you don't open the door.
If you're in Britain, then we don't get the sun 9 months of the year, so you're going to struggle. Really are going to struggle.
So, Bob, where did you get that distiller at?
Amazon.
Amazon.
Hey, Tanika, good to see you, man.
Yeah.
Almost everything I get is on Amazon. Nearly everything, Yeah.
Well, here's something that most people don't think about in adding to their preps. Of course, there are some those the canners do, but this is not canning grade. This is 45% vinegar, industrial strength. This is not food grade. This is for cleaning the rust off of a Dutch oven or a cast iron skillet you find out somewhere. This is what you use to clean that. This is what you can use for adding to the laundry. You add a little to the laundry. This is, you
don't want to breathe it, though. You sniff that stuff. Somebody jammed 100,000 pounds of pickles up your nose. That's brutal. That stuff hurts.
Oh, yeah. I use that for weed control around the house because I don't want to use the, glyphosate.
Yeah, glyphosate.
I don't want to be spraying that stuff around my garden. And so I use the vinegar for killing off the weeds like morning glory and stuff like that. But there's a lot of uses for vinegar. I mean, it's been a historical cleaner for thousands of years.
Yeah, white vinegar and rubbing alcohol makes a great glass cleaner.
Yep. White vinegar cleans your hardwood floors. Yeah. And it also, that's why I keep a jar of pickles in the kitchen and have them for a snack, because a month or so ago, I passed my first kidney stone. And they say vinegar and distilled water will break that stuff up. So it's like, vinegar is good stuff. Yeah.
That's what I said. They'll say to take a tablespoon or a shot of apple cider vinegar, the natural stuff, not the fake stuff. It's healthy, I guess. I don't know. I've never done it. That's all I keep seeing people doing. I'm like, yeah, well, good for you.
Yeah, so it's an expensive way to drink things.
Yeah,
it's not cheap. It's like people trying to drink colloidal silver. It's an expensive way to cure ailments when there's other methods. But anyway, each their own.
Speaking of colloidal silver, it was a guy who took 1 tablespoon every day or so,
Way too much.
and he had blue skin.
Well, that's a bit. Yeah, that story
Oh.
is touted in no end in the press, and the problem with that story is it's a bit of a propaganda stunt, really, because the guy made the stuff himself. It was contaminated with sodium, which when it's contaminated with sodium, it stays in the body and adheres to the cells and so on and so on. So there's no way of getting rid of it. And he was drinking it in excess as well. And it didn't hurt him in any way, shape, or whatsoever. The side effect was a bit of a blue tinge to his skin. They call him Papa Smurf, but
I was thinking about Smurfs.
he ended up dying of a heart attack in the end of some unrelated reason. So, yeah, I mean, I've got a colloidal silver generator. We've got strips of silver with batteries and stuff like that, if need be. But realistically,
I agree, UK Urban Prepper.
I've also got, apple cider vinegar stored, colloidal silver bottles are stored, 25 parts per million, all this sort of stuff, just in case. Yeah, but when it comes down to the brass tacks things, people must be prepared to, SHTF on the horizon, it's happening, sort of thing. You've got to be prepared to revert back. This all goes back into the mindset sort of regime. You've got to be prepared to revert back to a really basic form of existence to ride out whatever storm it is, and until you get to the point where you're going to start thinking about the next step, moving on, or continuation, or sustaining yourself. So when I say revert back to a basic form of existence, you are literally breaking the day down into hours. You might be doing a shift rotation, it's up to you, but you sleep. If you're not sleeping, you're eating, or you're on some sort of shift or maintenance regime. That's it. You rotate around. So eat, sleep, toilet, shift, work. That's it. There's no, if you've got time for leisure activities, you might have kids. They'll probably be more adept to it. But sleep is going to be a key commodity. And after day 3, if you're not forcing yourself to sleep, because some people they just can't bring themselves to go to bed because in case they miss out on something, you got to. It's quite a discipline to actually stick to a sleeping regime. And after day 3, for instance, you're going to be ineffective. You'll just be a family full of zombies because none of them. You haven't organised yourself into some sort of rotation system, and that includes, at the end of each sort of day, having a half-hour session where you get everyone together for some sort of gathering and a briefing as to what's happened in the day, what problems you're facing, what you're going to sort of aim to do the next day, the current situation on the ground, and this sort of stuff. That's quite. I'll tell you why it's a key essential thing. It's because why every military unit in the army does this sort of thing. Every headquarters, at the end of each day, they'll have some sort, or twice a day, some sort of O group where they get together, update each other, and come to a new outlook or a review of what's gone on. And without that, you can't really move forward. Really, you're just sat there waiting for something to happen. You're not planning ahead and reassessing the situation all the time. And also, it keeps people in the information loop, because if you're keeping someone out of the information loop, you're not telling them what's gone on, then days down the line and so on, isolation kicks in. Paranoia can kick in. All sorts of segmentation starts to creep in. So back to basics.
You can nip things in the bud real quick. That way too, before they become a problem, when personalities and workload and things like that clash, when people are stressed.
Workload is a big thing, because it's nothing worse than if you're divvying up jobs and one guy sees it as he's working harder than everyone else and he's getting no return for it. You start getting disgruntlement kick in. So some sort of meeting in the afternoon or evening, or at some point during the day, to update people as to what's going on. There's nothing worse than being kept in the dark. It's just, it's not good.
Yeah,
I got
it's
something for one of the
frustrating
comments that went,
and confusing. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the comments that went by here, I got something to share here for you on it about the bleach tablets. Hey, look how, Walmart, Zolistics, Fred Meyer, Amazon. Yeah, there's you can get the industrial big ones and stuff. Yeah. So if you do get this stuff, remember you want whatever you put the container in, put it in another plastic container, not cardboard.
Yeah,
like that.
And don't leave it in your garage in a box like I did with Pool Shock and didn't realize it till I'm like, why are the tops of my paint cans all rusty over there? Oops. Yeah, I kind of destroyed a whole bunch of stuff in the corner of my garage without knowing it.
Mm-hmm.
I love that movie.
Hi guys, I just want to throw something out there. Hi Shadow, God bless you. Condolences again.
Thank
Good
you.
evening, everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. Good evening all. Just wanted to throw something out there. Maybe PB could answer this one. If SHTF was near, what would you do? I was going to ask, is there a way for people that are listening, is there ways of people to kind of have detectors out there, or is there things that people can do maybe perhaps to kind of use as indicators as to something approaching?
Yeah. I'll revert back to the couple of episodes, or probably last year now. Get your information streams in order. Everyone's got various ways of assessing what's going on. I've got mine. I've got various websites I check in the morning. I call it my prepper folder in one of my browsers, and it's got things like on the, is there any? I'll have a look. Solar Ham, for instance, it will tell you any activity on the sun. Look at your news feeds. Look at the social media channels, information streams. X is a good one for things that are happening because it's in real time. Anything that goes on, it's there.
Yes,
so you can see a situation developing. So that would be your sort of your start point throughout the day, really. And
Right.
you might have the TV on the background or the radio on the background. So anything that's happening in your local area or the wider area which could affect you, you're getting the warning straight away. Worst case is you don't do that sort of thing, and you are in the situation where an alert comes onto your phone. That's too late. Then you literally got a couple of minutes before something's going to happen, and that's it. So information streams are so important because, like I said before, it gives you that lead up time to act. Really, get your shit sorted out, and it could be, distribute the information to your friends and family or to your own inner circle, if you like.
Right.
Get back, consolidate yourself into your location. Yeah, go on, Bob. Sorry.
I agree. I have an X account, and they show things that no one else shows. Like a few weeks ago, the American Communist Party had a giant parade. These are solid, hardcore, freedom-hating communists in our own countries, thousands of them, and no one else showed it.
Yeah,
those are dangerous people, guys.
Yeah, I would say to people out there that if you haven't got an X account, get one, because it's very hard to. There's a thing called community notes on X now, and if anyone is caught out lying about a story, the community notes aspect will pick it up and it will out them. It will revert. If you respond to something and it's wrong, it will get flagged up, and you'll get a little warning back saying, actually, this is the right story, because it goes back to the source.
Yeah, crowdsourcing.
And like you say there, Bob, it's the real-time information aspect is key. It was only today or yesterday, this morning, I think it was, with I saw a post, and it had been posted 5 minutes ago about the earthquake in Myanmar and Thailand, and way ahead of any other news agency source, because it was people on the ground posting it straight to X, and you can't really beat that sort of speed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Can I ask a question of the panel in the side chat?
Yep.
What are your thoughts on this? Like January 31st, we had a car plowing through Bourbon Street, New Orleans. We've had multiple incidences of acts of terrorism in Europe, especially the UK, even up into Sweden, all across the United States. People are dying from these radicals. What are your thoughts? Are we in SHTF right now?
I was going to say something else, adding on to the question that I had earlier, and that's a very good question there, because depending on our situation, and if you can get the indication that it's getting worse and it's going to affect you eventually, or it might be days, it might be weeks, it might be hours. So so depending on your situation, prep up for that immediate thing that may affect you. And stuff like civil unrest is a very big possibility these days. You see it happening all the time, so it's only a matter of time before it goes around in a circle, and you might even find yourself walking down the road with a bottle of milk. I was talking to Shadow earlier and saying, well, what if we just popped out with our flip-flops on, our Hawaiian t-shirt, our shorts on, and we just would pop to the shops, all our preps are at home, and then bam, we're caught up in a situation. It could be anything. I mean, from civil unrest, you're not dressed right. You're running home with your flip-flops. You've dropped your milk. Yeah, so I would say prep up for that kind of stuff as well, or change your location. PV would say change your location, get out of there.
Especially if you're in a highly dense city, you should get out of there.
Yeah. And do it from now. Don't wait and say, well, maybe I'm going to do it next year, or maybe we're thinking about in 5 years we're going to, relocate, or maybe 10 years or whatever, depending on what happens with this or that, or I've got to go and build this house, or I'm waiting for this person to even pass on, and then there's all sorts of. I'm going to throw them out there as well. I would say do it from now. Don't wait. Because the things that are happening around the world are getting much worse, and the government, all we're hearing from the government is the same old. Well, we're clearing up the mess from the last government. So, I mean, how big is the mess? How is it irreversible? Is it
I think we're in the answer to Bob's question. It's I think we are in a state of SHTF, but it's not the definition of SHTF as people previously perceived.
Yeah,
people beforehand, it was tagged as something which was an event, whether it was an earthquake or a riot or social unrest or whatever, it was civil war or whatever. But I think it's transpiring to be something along the lines of a societal razor's edge, in which you look left or right, and
using political violence, or using violence to change political power. That is SHTF, and it's happening all around.
It's a case the definition of SHTF has changed dramatically over the last 30 years. It used to mean, it used to mean that the government had failed and things were going down, and it was going to take decades to recover. Basically, originally there were 4 classifications. There were emergencies, there were life-altering situations or events, there was SHTF, where government fails, there was Tawaki, where everything really went bad, government's failing, it's going to take 20, 30, 40 years for things to begin to turn around. So, and so I'm going by the old school definition. What's going on right now is some serious life-altering events for people.
Yep.
because it's not affecting everybody.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not affecting everybody personally yet. So it's not SHTF, but it is serious life-altering events for those people involved.
Yeah, I mean
it is.
I mean, the reason why I say we're on a sort of razor's edge scenario is we are. I think we are in SHTF now, but it depends on. I mean, we're under constant cyber attack, and there's systems getting affected left, right, and center. It just at some point it's going to be something big. That with the power grid is fragile. The water supply can just about cope. The gas fuel lines, or the fuel supplies, they're all tenuous. I mean, if you look back, I don't know, 20, 30 years ago, fuel prices went up every, I don't know, you'll be lucky if you saw a fuel, gallon of gas go up once every 6 months. Now, day by day, you go past the gas station, you think, well, that was £1.30 yesterday. You come back the other way, it's £1.40 now. Next day, it's £1.50. You think, what's happening? It goes up like, and so you got that uncertainty. You got distrust of authority. You've got flashpoints of violence, which now, because the society is more polarized, can escalate at a moment's notice into huge events. So it's just people are living on a knife edge. Society is at the moment on a knife edge, and it's down to the fabric of society at the moment is only just keeping going because of the values and standards of the person on the street maintaining that order. Because the police aren't. They're banking on the fact that people aren't going to lose it.
Yeah.
It's,
can I give 2 examples of recently here in the Puget Sound area, Washington State? 2 examples. I learned this from a lady who got a message from Sprint or one of the telecommunication companies that 2 cities on both sides of Puget Sound, somebody got into that same company's vaults, underground vaults, with like bolt cutters and cut the main cables. Cut the mains.
Right.
They shut off that telecommunication company on 2 cities on the same day in Puget Sound. One of the cities on the other side of Puget Sound, where she lives, 2 years in a row on the same day, the same thing happened. So that's they're testing. They're probing. They're seeing what they can get away with. They're testing. They're probing.
That's why, as well as I was talking about Daryl Love Survival there earlier about information streams. I think people have also got to listen to things on the horizon that are developing, and listen to podcasts that know what they're talking about. And get proper experts on, like, for instance, Sean Ryan show. And a couple of weeks ago, he was talking to one of the leading experts in the world on Al Qaeda and terrorist groups. And she was saying we'll see a lot more minor, small level disruptive events which have bigger impacts. Like the simple fact that someone could go in there with a bolt croppers and disrupt. The effect is big. Last week, Heathrow Airport, the effect was big. It shut down Heathrow Airport for 24 hours. So 1,000 odd flights were cancelled, diverted, and so on. These disruptive little events are huge. We're also seeing an upscale where the security services can't keep up with Russian agents in Britain causing minor incidents here, left, right, and centre. It's getting a huge problem. So the potential for a flashpoint of something escalating to huge proportions is becoming greater, I think.
Yeah.
So
what Bob said really quickly here about the cutting of those cables. It was about 10,
Mhm.
12 years ago down in San Jose, Silicon Valley. Someone went in there into the manholes and cut a bunch of the cables and
Right,
stuff.
the vaults.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, the problem thing is they got caught. They said, we were after the copper, and it turned out to be fiber optic lines they were cutting. There was no copper. They'd been replaced the year before. So they were going down after the copper and cut it, but manholes, and they're just going to pull it out, and it was fiber optic. And they did that in several spots, and they got caught.
We had an incident in the papers the other week. I mean, whether or not people believe mainstream media or not, it still has its place because there are another source of information, and people have got to do a secondary source check. But one of the stories in there was this Albanian gang were going around neighborhoods posing as workmen, gas workmen and electricians, digging holes in the ground to the main electrical source, and blokes are getting blown up and
Thank you, Tibor.
electrocuted because they were hitting the mains. And then what they were trying to do, they were trying to divert the power into these marijuana houses to supply power under the radar sort of thing.
This recent thing that happened here in Puget Sound, 2 cities on both sides of Puget Sound were hit on the same day. 2 cities at a distance. And then
you see,
Bonnie Lake was one of the name of cities. It was the same day a year earlier they cut the same cables. So these guys are probing. They're testing.
It's
it's
sabotage.
Conspiracy theorist. But
yeah,
that's what it is. Yeah. But their website said service was down because of this and that. They called it vandalism. It wasn't vandalism if it happens at 2 distant cities at the same time. And then Bonnie Lake, 2 years in a row, same place, same time of year. That's probing. That's testing. Yeah.
Yep.
Call me paranoid. Okay.
Yeah. Well, testing the waters is so easy. It's for if anyone wants to cause a huge effect, simple actions these days because of the fragility of various systems that people rely on. And there's nothing bigger of an impact than the power grid to get people's eyebrows raised.
Yeah. Well, that's Jim. Things are happening. I mean, we're really in a tight spot here in the States. The last 4 years, we had wide open borders, and I saw that same show you were just discussing with Sean Ryan with the 3 intelligence experts.
Yeah.
And that feeds right into it, man. We've got thousands of hardcore fanatics that are recognized by facial recognition coming into the United States. Thousands of these guys, and they're hard. They're hardcore. They're warning about mass casualties.
Yeah. One of the things it ties into this sort of information stream for people to start thinking about and mitigating against is on what in fact one of those shows he mentioned there was man pads being smuggled over the border that can take out aircraft, and the fact that various terrorist organizations were manufacturing have invented something called the invisible bomb that's not
I heard
available.
about that.
Yeah. And the other one was the fact that certain groups are, and this is quite concerning. He mentioned the fact that certain groups are developing biological weapons to be delivered by drone with drone technology, and that's concerning because we've seen locally to where we are people being arrested with illegal firearms, and when they've searched their houses, they've actually found a bio weapon in development. I won't mention the name of it, but
oh god!
So it all, and that's on more than one occasion. I'm talking about 2 or 3 incidents that's been confirmed as happening. So the warning signs are there.
Yeah, my reaction to that Sean Ryan show is that when I get my pension on the first of the month, I'm going to make up a couple of trauma kits with just gauze and tape in a plastic box and go to different churches in my town and just drop off those and just donation. Here, keep this.
Yeah.
So the more of that medical equipment we have spread around my small city, the better off we all are. Not only for attack of some accidents, anything. Some way to plug a hole and tape it closed and get him to a hospital. That's really all I personally can do. You know,
it could be a good little project for someone in the community to start some sort of first aid donation system. I mean,
right
we
here.
don't.
I'm doing it.
The local church here doesn't do that sort of thing. It does take food donations for food bank type stuff.
Right. Yeah. But I got a suggestion of a Tupperware container or a big Ziploc bag from a viewer, and that's what I'm going to do. Put them in snap lid Tupperware container, and I'll put that reflective red tape for Red Cross on those containers, and take them to 2 churches at the first of the month next month.
Right.
That's something that I can do. I don't have a big amount of money to spend, but
yeah.
Here you go. Take it. It's yours. You know.
Of course.
Hey, Mike. Good to see you.
Hey, Mike.
Hello, everyone. How you doing?
Of course, the other thing we've spoken about really is, you know, if any sort of SHTF kicks off while you're out personally, so implementing some sort of plan to get yourself back home is quite key.
I've just started this. One side of that as well is not just getting yourself back home. It's making sure there's clear instructions for anyone in the family who might not be the prepper.
Exactly. Yeah. Contact cards, simple instructions, basics. People concentrate too much on all this, the sexy gear and all watching all this, the videos and stuff like that. You can't beat basics. Get the basics right and everything else will fall into place. And, you know, start off with a contact card, some sort of communication system, some sort of cascade information system, basic routes back. You might double up with friends, and you know, the last thing you want to start thinking about is your daughter, your son, your husband, wife who is on the way back from work. Car's broken down, and no one's who's gonna help them. They're sat there a vulnerable target. Then and it can be all.
We've got that.
Sorry, Bob. Yeah,
we've got that kind of
mitigated against easily.
Go ahead, PB. Go ahead, PB.
Yeah, I'd say you can quite easily, you know, stop most of these events with a simple plan, and it's simple plans. That's all it takes.
Keeping it simple.
We've got that covered in my house. Just you know, I've got a wife and a son and a daughter and all. Yeah. And their instructions are get home. Yeah. Come here, get home. And mom is the focal, because we've all got my wife's phone number, and she's the focal point. Call her if the phone service is still up. Call her, tell her, and she will coordinate back to me. Well, I'm at home. I'm retired, so I'll be here waiting for you. You know.
Yeah.
Keep it real simple if you want to relay information to your family and your loved ones. Just keep it simple.
Yeah, and of course, you know, if you know, some situations, your daughter or your son or whoever, they might not actually be able to get back home. They might end up being at their friend's house, you know, the boyfriend's house, the girlfriend's house, and so on. And the next call you get or message you get through is, "I'm okay, but I'm at, you know, my friend's house." Plan for that as well.
Right.
At that point, do you plan to retrieve them?
Yeah. Well. Well, if they're safe enough, then there's no point putting yourself at extra risk. It depends on the situation. It's down to the situational call at the time, I suppose.
I have a similar instructions to mine immediate family that Bob's saying, get home. That's priority. That's number one.
Get home.
However, sometimes they're visiting family that's like 200 miles away. So if get home's not an option at that situation, it's like go to your nearest relative, and we know who the responsible ones are. We know the ones who have food in and the ones that have empty cupboards.
Yeah.
And I will get to them because my priority is getting to my spouse and child wherever they are. So if that means I've got to bug out when I really wanted to bug in, then so be it.
Yep. Yeah. And that's all part of being flexible and modifying your initial sort of plan, really. Always cater for the spanner in the works because nothing will go as planned.
It's never going to hit the fan when you sat there fully prepared and ready for it, is it? It's just not going to happen.
That's a fact.
That's Murphy's Law.
Some of us were in the military. You two Brits were in the military, so was Swede, and you know how things are. You know, you get a sortie planned. We're going to load that airplane up with, and all of a sudden the damn airplane conks out. Oh shit! What now? That's it. It never fails. At least one thing goes wrong. It always does.
So we jumped into a Salisbury plane, big train area in the middle of South England. We tabbed tactically at night, 30-mile to a location. Did what we had to do, and the plan was to tab 30-mile back to a separate location to get picked up by Hercules, right? This disused airfield. So we did that, and we're waiting there, all knackered, thinking, "Oh Christ, here it comes." You can hear it coming, and it just sailed on past. And in the distance, we were, "Hang on, what's happening here?" And because of something went, I won't tell you what went wrong, but the end result was everyone sat there and absolutely knackered, half run out of water because. You thought that was the end, and it was a case of plan B, another 6 miles down to an alternate location, and you should have seen the faces of some of the guys demoralized. Fuck. So it all goes to everything. Like I say, someone else earlier, everything you do, in life these days, you've got to be able to. Modify and adapt to that situation, because if you don't, you'll just flounder, really.
This is why I think what you should push on new preppers more than buy stuff is skills and mindset. That is the two things that you should push on new preppers: skills and mindset, because they're the one things that you can take with you, and no matter what situation you're in, that's going to be with you all the time. Not your EDC that's about this big that you reckon you carry around everywhere, even to weddings, and we know you're lying, but it's mindset and skill.
Well, it's I had a video up, and it was a skill-based video, and just monitoring the activity on that one video, it accumulated 18,000 views in the end, but it was getting 50 to 100 views per day. Because it was it was one of those timeless videos where people, wanted to come back and revisit what to do and how to do a certain thing. So definitely, skills. It's only a certain amount you can read out of a book, but you've got to practice.
You don't want to hit them steep learning curves when it really matters. You want to do it when you've got a parachute.
Now, always remember, guys. Always remember this: if things go wrong, blame that goddamn CR over there in the side chat. Blame him. It's his fault.
Should you fire CR?
You just got fired again, CR.
I got my whiteboard in my kitchen just says it's CR's fault. That's all it says.
That's it. Yeah.
My wife keeps asking, who the hell is CR? I'm like, don't worry about it. It's his fault.
Not
that damn CR.
Not saying that having EDC stuff is useless. I mean, it's a balance. It's good. It's good to have the skills and the knowledge, but it's also good to have the tools, because if you're on a cliff and you needed to scale down, 500 feet, all right, show us your skills. If you never had a rope, if you didn't have a rope, for example, I'm just saying, where it's handy. In a certain situation, your skills, are flying ain't going to be great.
Well, they are, but just very quickly downwards. But I fully agree with you. And I've got like a tin with stuff in. I've got my bag that I take everywhere. I've got my get home bag when I go to work. I've got my EDC stuff. I've got a keychain that, you know, the wife calls the mace because there's so much stuff on it, and it was
That's
great.
a weapon.
Yeah, don't say that. Don't say that in the UK. No, what I'm saying is
they're going to ban keys next. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Hello, police. Hello.
But you definitely don't want it the other way around, right? You don't want it all the gear and no idea. That's the main point.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Sorry, just a bit of acting there.
Celine says, I ran out of gas for my stovetop cooker during Cyclone Alfred, so it's important to have backups for cooking to people. That's my lesson learned.
Yeah.
That's a good, important lesson.
Mm-hmm.
That falls right in with the one is none, two is one, four is more.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I've got more than one way here at the house to cook. More than one way, you know. Yeah. So, yeah. That's all we can really do is do our best, and then just hope for the best and be adaptable. Don't panic. Keep breathing. Keep your heart rate under control and your breath under control. Think your way through it. You know, don't panic. You know, I feel sorry for some of the people who've not been through tough times, who don't know how to adapt. I mean, what do you do with them? Do you leave them behind? You know,
that's the hard choice.
That's a hard choice.
Yeah, it is.
I agree.
If you're good at rationalizing and explaining things simplistically to people, that can go a long way. Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, some people, it's difficult to. Some people just can't accept things. You never know how someone's going to behave. Basically, really.
I mean, if you've not been in that said situation, you truly don't know how you'll behave. It's a completely different feeling from pretending to do things to being in that situation. When you're in that situation and your heart drops for that second and you think, oh, like I'm literally on my own in this situation. I've been there. It's a different feeling completely. So you don't know how you'll react until you're in that.
I've got a little story to tell you. You saying that. I was in Cyprus visiting my father. I've never experienced an earthquake or a tremble or anything like that. And I was in the kitchen and my father was in the kitchen. I've never seen my father move so quick in my life. In fact, I never even see him move. All I heard was get out, and the house was trembling. And before I knew it, I was looking down on the floor, looking at myself moving, shaking. And my dad was already outside the house. And I looked out the door and he was outside. But, you know, it stopped trembling. But I thought, wow, you know, I've never been in that situation before. And, you know, I froze, I have to admit.
Yeah.
But that was many years ago when I was young. I was like a teenager.
It's probably that surreal feeling because you'd never experienced it, isn't it? So
it was really weird. It's like, you know, you just the floor was sort of moving. I was kind of moving, and you know, I never even saw my dad move like a ninja. I mean, he lived there. I didn't live. I was in London. I was born in London. I grew up in London. I've never experienced earthquakes and you know, natural disaster on that kind of level. And when I went to visit him, because long story, my dad lived there. I lived in London, and it was very surreal. But yeah, he was experienced, so he was able to move. He knew the signs. He knew what to do quick, and he did say to me, "Get out." All I heard was "Get out." But you know, I didn't react. I just sort of froze. What? Get out for what? You know, this is what I'm saying. A lot of people, you know, they're like, "Well, what do you mean get out? Move?" You know, some people stand on the beach looking at a tsunami, going, "Look at that wave."
Yeah.
Well, if you're trying to get someone in the heat of a situation to act, you say it clearly and loudly, but say it 3 or 4 times over and over again. They'll soon get the message. If they don't, you either leave them or grab them and kick their ass out of there.
I've seen it happen in a shopping centre where an alarm's gone off, And it could have been any sort of event, terror event, anything like that. It was just saying an alarm has been triggered in this area of the center. Please evacuate. And what do you know what most people were doing?
Rubbernecking. What's going on?
Yeah, exactly. When it hits the fan, there's going to be about 30% of the people taking selfies.
Yeah.
In front
they're
of
gonna
said
be like this.
Yeah.
Here I am, everybody. I am really rocking it. Look what's happening.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm live and direct. This is for my YouTube channel.
Well, it's one of the reasons why if you watch footage of police, for instance, trying to detain someone, the way they speak to the person who they're trying to control, they say it 3 or 4 times. You know, get down, get down, get down, and etc. etc. Yeah, so, well, yeah, I mean,
true.
Not everyone can be helped. You'll have to get to a certain point where you're going to think, right, you know, I've warned these people, time to get out. If I don't move myself, I'm going to be in with them as a victim. So move yourself, cut your losses, and leave them to it.
Yeah.
Situational awareness is very important. You walk into a situation where someone's on the floor, there's water, there's a wire dangling, there's sparks flying. Do I just rush into that situation? If I step into that water, can I get electrocuted? Check out what's going on around you before you act.
When you said the 3 warnings, PV, all I could think of is flashbacks to gas, gas, gas.
9 seconds.
Oh, yeah. No, I've been through that. CS gas is just a joy. Do they put you Brits through the gas chamber too?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And if you've got a really good corporal, if you've got a really good corporal or bombardier, he won't just ask name, number, and the usual. He'll start asking you random maths questions and stuff just to see you suffer.
Instead of putting a couple of tablets in, you put a whole packet.
All that phlegm. Oh God, all that phlegm coming out of your nose and mouth. God, that was miserable. Oh man.
Oh, yes.
So I mean, yeah,
that's something I should get as a couple of gas masks, good ones for my wife and I in case we got to get out of here.
Right? Yeah.
Because I fully expect the radicals during the riot season in this area. It's summertime, and I fully expect them to light fires like they did back in 2020. So I should get my thumb out of my mouth and get a couple of full face masks, one for the wife and one for me.
Yeah, there's loads of good functional masks on the circuit, respirators.
The respirators with the fire hoods are really good as well for that kind of situation.
Yeah, make sure it's Tesla battery rated.
Yeah, I mean, there's various ratings and that. I'd advise anyone not to get any army surplus gear, really, because it's out of date, it's beyond its shelf life, it's starting to perish.
Yeah.
These days, like I said, a basic N95 mask can do quite a lot for you, protect.
But I've got a nostalgic attachment to my S10 though, so I don't want to get rid of it.
I've got mine, but it's I'm just about to get another one, and there's plenty of functional good ones on Amazon, for instance.
Oh yeah,
but if
definitely.
You want a fully capable CBRN mask, then there's only one.
I'd like to get one of those that has the full face shield and all that. Because you know what I'm looking at, TV.
You want a full functional
service. Yeah.
CBRN mask. I would say go to Myra Safety.
Question.
They're doing for £106.
Question on that. You guys might know because I'll hold my hands up saying I don't know. What about kids? Have you guys got masks at children's sizes or anything like that? Because
if you go to Myra Safety, they do a kids one. It's a hood that goes over.
Ah, cool.
You can buy them for as cheap as a good full face respirator for 60, 70 pounds. But if you want a fully certified CBRN mask, then you're looking at £200 minimum. The main difference is a fully CBRN capable respirator is made of bromobutyl rubber, as opposed to silicone and other softer rubbers, which are designed mainly for spray shops and things like this for longevity of comfort and stuff like that. Because a bromobutyl rubber respirator fully, the rubber is fully hardened to certain chemical agents, you see. So yeah, I mean, I would recommend the Myra Safety. I think it's a CM6 off the top of my head. They're quite good. 200 quid. Yeah.
Amazon's got quite a big selection of different.
Yeah. Any one of those really will do.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say get a sort of a one size fits all respirator. Just look out for things like double seal. They'll all do the job. They're all functional. Just people just got to make sure they get the correct canister that suits the threat they're facing. Really.
Yeah.
I've shared the screen there, Shadow. If you can show that, I don't know if you can show that.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So this is the Myra ones that you're.
Yeah,
about.
there you go. Yeah.
I just was taken back for a second when I got to the kids one and the price.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's the kids one.
Yeah. They do I think they do a smaller version. Or they used to. Yeah, it's a Papa. Yeah, that's the problem. You see, there's so many. There's one for dogs as well. A little tent you can get. I mean, yeah, it's a dedicated site specifically for targeted at a prepper audience, hence prices. But they are good. Yeah. They are good gear. Myra, the 3M.
Well, I've got a little bit of whatever one I select. I got Miss Brittany does custom sewing now. She still got my wife's H harness, and anyway, whatever I select, I can bring it to Miss Brittany and go make 2 of these bags, so I can put it right on my pistol belt like we had in the military. We carried one of those.
The other alternative is to get a disposable respirator. I've got 2 of these. They're called Duram masks, and they'll fit kids. DURAM, and you can get a CBRN certified one. You can get fire escape hoods and stuff like that. And it's basically you pull it over the top of your head, self-sealing. You look out the 2 eyepieces, and that's it. And it's designed purely to help you escape an environment, whatever that is. And the problem most people got to look out for with these sorts of respirators is these respirators are only by law. You're only by law allowed to state that they're good for 15 minutes and no more. If you see one touting itself as a 60-minute respirator plus, then they're talking out their ass. Especially like these silver foil type looking ones made in China and stuff like that. Piece of crap.
Yeah.
I want to address something going on in the side chat here real quick here. Tanika's World is talking about changing out her electric stove for a gas one. If she has gas coming to the house, like for the water heater or something, or if there's any gas coming into the house, it's easy to get it changed out. You can get a plumber to do it. The house I bought across the street was all electric, but they had a gas water heater and a gas furnace in there. I changed out the electric dryer for a gas dryer, the electric stove for a gas stove. My house here was all electric, period. I got the gas furnace changed out from electric to gas, and I had them plumb the stub outs to the water closet, to behind the stove, and behind the dryer, so I can change those out just by buying a new one and putting in a gas appliance instead of an electric. So yeah, it can be done if you have gas to your house already.
Yeah, I think before I buy a mask, what I do before anything around $100 or so, I'll start looking at reviews on YouTube and look and see what other people's opinions are. But
yeah,
I'm just looking for a mask that will shield our eyes and our mouth from wildfires, which they're bound to use out here. Just, I mean, look, recently, man, we lost part of Los Angeles is in ashes now, you know. So if we're in a situation like that here in Seattle area, I'd like to be able to put that mask on and get out, you know. Yeah.
What would be interesting is if
I'm going to bounce out of here, fellas.
If you haven't got the correct, take care, Bob.
Okay, I'll catch you in a bit, Bob.
I was going to ask if you haven't got sort of professional equipment, is there ways of improvising? Is there ways of
well, yes, there is. They come with hazards. This is the problem, and any sort of Heath Robinson affair is you're going to sort of pay the penalty if you get it wrong.
Yeah,
you know, we're in the fortunate position now where we can think about and plan things and get these things in place.
Family, good to see you.
Like some people say, if there's a fire, you know, get a towel, soak up loads of water on them towels, throw it over yourself, and then just run through the flames.
The problem with that is, as the heat heats up the water in the towel, suddenly you're breathing steam.
Yeah, steam's hotter than.
Yeah, that's gotta be a quick straight through. I get the method behind it. If it's just like getting through a doorway, then that makes sense. With the smoke side of things. With the smoke side of things, everyone should have a shamag, if not 20. I think Shadow's got about 20 of them. A moist one of them round your face.
Actually, I have 3 of them.
All right.
I've got a few. Yeah.
This is the one, my new one.
Yeah.
This is black and gray, which I like.
No, I'm not encouraging people to sort of collect towels and get in the ready out there.
And I also have a brown one.
Shadow.
With the one I bought, my new one, this is 110 by 110. And when I check the fabric, it is cotton, 100% cotton.
Yeah. One of the things that we have here in the United States, I don't know if they sell them over there, but they have a system where you got a canister that you can change all the filters out. It's battery powered, and basically you wear it on the belt or you wear it on a harness, and it goes up to just a loose hood that fits over, and it kind of has a strap down, and it blows the air in. And they use that on hazmat sites here in the U.S. Yeah. So whatever chemicals working, they put the filter on for it, and that just gives them a positive airflow, so nothing goes up in it. And there are even adaptations for the soot, the smoke. There's even one that has now you're getting into more money because the one has the cooler on it to cool the air off. But
you can get me
that is a one size fits all.
Yeah, you can get me a PAPR powered air pressure respirator or something like that. Yeah, they like I say, they are expensive.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But if you got kids and the kids are growing up, you don't want to be buying a couple different size masks as the kid grows up.
No.
Where one hood just goes over it and it's good till he's forever.
Yeah. When it comes to this sort of thing, people have got to weigh up the odds of that sort of thing happening. You know, this is the argument with a fully certified CBRN respirator and something that isn't. You know, and like I said, it's the type of rubber that separates those two, really. And you got to think to yourself, well, you know, the price difference is almost double one to the other. You know, how likely am I to be in a really long, prolonged CBRN environment where I'm getting bombarded with chemical agents? It's not. And even then, if you are, then you shouldn't be in that position anyway, because you should have got yourself out of that situation and started some sort of immediate decontamination anyway. So you shouldn't really be exposing yourself to a grossly contaminated environment for more than a couple of minutes before you start acting. And that's even with full PPE and decontamination equipment. So the chances that are unlikely. The chances are people are going to be exposed to, say, you're far more likely require a smoke escape hood. And point a note for people out there, CBRN respirators, canisters don't necessarily filter out smoke, so just bear that in mind. You're more likely to be subjected to some sort of toxic industrial hazard event, or some sort of terrorist event, and even then, by the time you realize it's a chemical or bioweapon that's been released, it's too late because of the delayed effects. So, on the prepper list of things, it sounds sexy and good to have all these militarized CBRN respirators and stuff like that, but practically, you're probably better prioritizing your money somewhere else unless you live in a real, threat zone. If you live next to, I don't know, the Porton Down chemical destruction facility, for instance, then you might consider it. But if not, or if you live next to a massive chemical plant, it's a different story. But where the risks are, I wouldn't go out necessarily and start buying all this gear, because I'd rather buy, get priorities on food and water and the basics.
Yeah, you got to prioritize what sort of events are going to happen in your area. If you're in an area where you don't have any refineries, you don't have any recycling plants, you don't have any of that stuff. Yeah, you know what? You're probably not going to need that. And if you're in an area, and that area is all agricultural, where the fields are plowed and you don't have much chance of a fire. Yeah.
It's a good point as well to tell people to find that information out. So people are so insular these days, they might not know they're living 2 miles away from an ICI chemicals plant or something like that, So really,
that's a blast from the past.
I was up in the northeast when the Stiller fire happened, and it was the factory next to the chemical plant that set on fire. Yeah. And it was full of gas canisters, so you can imagine it's popping off. But we got radio got interrupted, and they told us to stay inside and tape up the window seals and everything. It was only like an hour or two, and then they give it the all clear. But it was a just in case. But that was a scary moment.
Yeah. Back in California, where my wife currently still is, in the county we live in, there are 7 refineries, 6 tire recycling plants, a couple other chemical recycling places, and it seems like every year 1 or 2 catch fire. Mm-hmm. And we have a civil alert siren that goes off whenever something like that happens, and then everybody gets the texts on their phones, and they get the phone calls on the landlines, and the radio stations start coming up. Okay, shelter in place is in place for this area here. Prevailing wind is what really causes people concern, because sometimes it's blowing one way, and the next time it's blowing the other way.
It's a type of scenario you definitely need a focused plan for that sort of event, specific to it.
Yeah.
I wonder how many regular people would know what that siren was, or if they just stand there blankly going, "Oh, that's
it goes off the first Wednesday of every month at 11 o'clock.
So if it happens then, everyone's knackered because they'll think it's the drill.
Everyone's going to think that. But if they start getting the text messages, this is not a drill. Yeah. But at 11 o'clock, it goes off, and it just goes off for 15 seconds. So it goes up and down twice, and that's it. If it keeps going, then they know something's wrong.
Tanika has a question. What are the best masks to buy? Sorry for all the questions.
One you can afford.
Yeah. It depends what you're trying to protect yourself against. If it's a particulate type of thing, even for an N95 mask will protect you to a massive extent against something like anthrax spores, for instance. Because it's a particulate. So it depends what it's for. If you want to go the whole hog and the golden solution, then go out and get a fully capable CBRN mask for $300 or whatever. But look at avoid army surplus stuff, because it's more often than not, there's a reason why they're getting rid of it. It's beyond its shelf life. Someone else has worn it. It's starting to not be fit for purpose anymore. So look towards, and there's not many companies that do this because of the various restrictions. Companies that actually sell dedicated things like Myra Safety, they do a top quality set of gear. I don't work for them, by the way. I've mentioned them quite a few times.
I was beginning to wonder, PV. I was going to just about ask you, are you working for Mirror?
Other companies, Avon Safety, sell escape masks as well. Duram masks, they sell escape hoods. But look on Amazon. I said to Bob, a decent respirator. There's loads of them about. They're all pretty well functional. Make sure there's a whole host of factors involved apart from just buying the mask. You've got to know how to fit it properly, how to don it properly, get the right canister for it, know how to change the canister, know how to decontaminate. Or you got to know the signs of what you're going against, all this sort of stuff. But
yeah.
Like
you said, what you are worried about really defines what type of mask you got to get. If you're just worried about dust and fire, smoke, and the soot and stuff in the air, here in America, it would be go to Ace Hardware, Home Depot, Lowe's, get the construction half-face respirator, and get an N95 canisters for it.
I'd say that the cheapest solution for someone to have would be a good quality N95 mask and a pair of swimming goggles. There you go. Eyes are covered. Even it doesn't have to be a CBRN event or anything like that. It could be something like 9/11, where the dust was so prolific that people couldn't see, and people were struggling to breathe, and all the debris that was knocking around. A simple pair of swimming goggles and an N95 would have helped you along the way. So
and if you want to spend a little more, you get the N99.
Yeah, exactly.
If you have a automotive painter supply store that sells the automotive paints and the tools, you can get a really good automotive mask that takes the different cartridges. Then you can just go pick and choose your cartridges. It covers your eyes and your nose and your mouth. Just make sure you're clean shaven, and that includes the women.
Exactly, 40 millimeter mask. Thread. Don't shave. Sorry, shave. Don't have a beard.
Thing is, though, when I was working hazmat, the one of the things they said is if you're going to be going to the hazmat site, do not shave in the morning because that causes your pores to open up and stuff.
Right.
And you'll get chemicals in. They say after you go home, after you shower, shave, then put a cold compress on your face for the next day's work.
Yeah. It's like putting aftershave on as soon as you've shaved.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Throw a little rubbing alcohol on there. It's good for the soul.
Yeah.
And speaking of masks, there are three what do you call it, numbers. It's a FFP1, FFP2, FFP3. It's a good idea to keep an eye on if it's an FFP1 or FFP2 or FFP3.
Yeah.
Because the FFP1 protects you from less materials.
We call them FFP3. We call them FFP in America and Canada. I think the N rating. So N95 equates to like an FFP3 and so on.
Yeah, FFP3 is the highest, and that protects you from basically everything, from bacteria, viruses. And
I mean, they're that cheap nowadays that, you can pick them up. The 10 a penny.
Oh,
really
okay. All right. I'm going to share something here. Let me get it going here because this is share screen.
You get an N95 scarf as well.
All right. Okay. So these are some of the different full face respirators.
Yeah.
This one over here, second one from the right, is the one we used on canisters on it. They screw on. They're round canisters, similar to the one on the far left there.
Yeah.
And I still have the one I was using back 30 years ago. It's in immaculate condition. I kept it clean, put it away in a cloth bag. I have sealed in the sealed filters. They come in a packet that is a vacuum sealed. And so the clock doesn't start kicking on until you open those up. I still have a bunch of those for different things. But the other thing I wanted to show was this one here. This is one of those, one size fits all.
That's a positive battery pressure respirator. Yeah.
Yep. And so the filter is in this unit here. So you got your filters in this unit here, and this is one of. But yeah, you're looking at almost $600 for this one.
Yeah. Not including the refills for your filters.
Exactly. But like I said, this one here is the one I have and we use, and this is NIOSH approved, which is the governing body for the safety masks and stuff. And see, so this one here, come on, get on there. Okay, so the pink purple top on it, that's your N95. The yellow is your ammonium gases. And so that purple one clips on and off the other one. And so you can get, or you can get just the ones that just, the green one here is the organics, like pesticides and stuff, organics filter as well. And the orange part clips on, the pink part clips on and off with disposable filters, N95 filters in it, in that.
Cool.
Yeah, and that's on Amazon. Just Google North full face respirators.
Can I ask
and what's neat about that is when you breathe in, it shoots the fresh air up over the inside, so it keeps it from fogging up on you.
What's that, Mike?
I was just wanted to ask a question about what you were talking about before, because I was listening in, but I was sorting the unit out. It was regarding like your news sources to figure out when SHTF is happening, stuff like that. I was just going to say, how do you know what's credible when it comes to that? How do you assess that? Do you have any sort of method of assessing that? Because I mean, if some people's only source for credible news is certain YouTubers, they'd have been living in the bunker 15 times this year already, so it's always an emergency alert, and it's always
come out now.
Yeah, it can come out now.
Put my hands up.
This
get in your bunkers now.
But I mean, you talked about maxing your credit card out and stuff like that, and if you did that, every time you were told off some of these channels, you'd have been in debt 10 times over by now. So how do you take that step into credible threat? I really have to put action in place. Are you going to physically see it, or
in the intelligence world, you always seek alternate independence of other sources to confirm what's going on before you find, fix, or strike a target and all this sort of stuff. And you got to adopt the same sorts of methods. The problem is, and this is one of the biggest problems we have in the modern day era, is there's only a limited number of news agencies that release the information, and then all the other independent agencies are rushing around to distribute the information. So, if someone gets a source of information from, say, mainstream media, then go to social media as an alternate to see if anyone on the ground in that area is reporting anything for a start off on things like X. That'll be a good one to do.
Yeah,
because people will be all over it for the slightest sort of minor incident these days. And that's all that's all really you can do. I mean, if you go to any sort of download any dedicated apps for things, like a classic one would be a huge solar flare.
Yeah,
and regardless of who is saying what at the time, the source of information will only come from sort of one place, and that'll be, going back to the originating source, that'll be the actual satellite or series of satellites that picking it up. So it can be very tenuous, and then as time develops on, depends how time critical it is, but as time goes on, more and more people and more information will start to develop, and then you will sort of really know. It's a case of avoiding a knee-jerk reaction, really.
Yeah, and would you do that the reverse way as well? So if you're seeing stuff on X and Twitter, well, I know that's the same thing, but I've just said both. Never mind. If you're seeing something on Twitter, would you wait till mainstream media picked it up?
No. I mean, I've 3 or 4 times in the last couple of months, I've seen something and I've pinged Shadow and I've pinged Daryl and I've pinged Guardian saying, keep an eye on this. There's something happening here, and so what if it doesn't happen? You warn people. They may not have eyes on the same information that I've seen because they might be geographically restricted.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a good question, and that's the key thing, really, because that's all we can go on. Really, is either social media or eyes on the ground, telling people what's happening and distributing video on things like X or even Facebook and stuff like that. Apart from that, I mean, who do you believe?
Well, something to throw in there. Something to throw in there. Besides mainstream media and social media, there are the alternative sites that sometimes will report stuff that that mainstream media totally ignores or shadow bans. And you have people on the ground are saying this, and I actually saw a couple events where mainstream media says, "Oh, people are making it up,"
right?
And the other ones were showing footage of what was going on. So I am very leery of mainstream media proclaiming anything unless they're backing up what is being said by everybody else, and they're backed in the corner. And they have to say, "Yeah, this is going on."
Yeah, until they can't deny it anymore.
Yeah,
it's a very fine line to judge and call. At some point, you'll know it's a realism.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got so similar to that. I got a friend who was in Vietnam at the time, and in mid-December, he told me about the COVID that was happening. It wasn't called COVID then; it was just called this mystery flu-like thing, and it raised my eyebrows. And as it developed, I started to see the key indicators that it was going to be a real sort of thing. So, just after Christmas, 2020, in the new year of 2020, I said to my missus, right, let's top up our preps. So we went out and did a massive prep shop. I then ordered straight away loads of enough gear to bolster up my existing gear for a sick room. Loads of N95 masks, gowns, extra PPE and this sort of stuff. And literally a week later, government restrictions were put on. You couldn't buy the stuff anywhere. So I just got in then. And if it didn't happen, then I wasn't that really bothered because I needed that sort of prep item anyway. Yeah. Right, I've got to shoot off in a sec, so a couple of minutes.
I was surprised by that when the news was spreading across the globe, even to the point there was people setting up maps saying there's a case here, there's a case here. How in the sand people's heads still were. Oh, like, yeah, it's fine. It's not good. Yeah, it's fine. And it was fine all the way up until it was at the doorstep,
Yeah. I mean, we saw, I find it unbelievable still today that as we were getting locked down and the restrictions were going on, I was watching Flight Radar 24 and there were still flights coming in from China. You think, it's just completely... clowns are letting this happen.
Right. So sorry, I really hate to admit this, but a week before lockdown, my dad flew back from Wuhan.
Oh, bloody hell!
He's retired now. He was a tool maker for it was ThyssenKrupp at the time, and he flew back from Wuhan a week before. They went through checks and they tested him and stuff like that, but he still came in.
Yeah.
Before we go any farther, I want to protect Shadows on my channels here right now. We are not giving out any medical advice. We're giving anecdotal statements and we're not giving medical advice of any kind.
Yeah. Right, I've got to shoot off, Shadow. My time has come.
Yeah,
and,
as usual.
I'll depart. So I'll have to catch you all later.
Okay, yeah, catch you later, PB.
Yeah, no worries. So keep monitoring and no knee-jerk reactions. Catch you all a bit. See you later.
Okay. Bye. Have a good one.
I'm sorry, I just noticed CB's comment over there. You know, they don't even play doctors on TV. No, we do not play doctors on TV either.
Yeah, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
That's a commercial here in the U.S., guys.
Yeah. No, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. Yeah, are you a thermal nuclear reactor technician? Sure.
What do you think your next book purchase? Has anyone got that How to Rebuild Everything Society book thing? I think CP did a review on it at one point. Several of the prepper channels have done it. Have you seen this one? It's like a Bible of how to restart civilization after it hits the fan.
I'm not familiar with that one.
I thought you meant like how to rebuild everything, like, you know, engines, computers.
Well, pretty much. I think it's supposed to cover a lot of that. But I mean, I saw it. It's way overpriced, but it looked cool, like artwork wise. But it was more like Renaissance kind of technology, you know.
Yeah. Well, I did download about 4 or 5 gigabytes of PDFs from the FEMA archives on how to build gasifiers, water filters, hydroelectric plants, wind power plants, from all the stuff they were building back in the 40s and 30s and 20s. So I got all that old school tech on thumb drives and stuff.
There you go. The book, The Ultimate Guide to Rebuilding Civilization.
Oh, there you go. It's only $119. You could probably get it at a used bookstore cheaper, but
yeah, probably. But I mean, the artwork's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was a kind of pricey.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if any of you guys had seen it or reviewed it, because I know a lot of channels had.
I recognize the picture. I recognize that picture from one of the. I must have skimmed over his video on that one and forgot to go back to it. But no, I haven't seen anything on it really. Sorry, CR.
I mean, cotton candy is something you need essentially after the apocalypse, obviously.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You got to keep the little ones in line.
Yeah, exactly. But it has really nice pictures in it.
It's cool artwork, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. It's cool artwork.
I'm not sure what this hat's all about when you're diving underwater with some form of gas mask on.
That's an early model of a diver's helmet.
Yeah,
he's got a backpack, an oxygen generator backpack on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I'd share that anyway. I didn't know if any of you guys did it. I'm considering taking the plunge just because I like the artwork, but it is expensive for what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, for $19. Yeah, that's expensive.
I think it's even more over here. It's like £165 by the time you get it shipped.
All right, I'm gonna turn my camera on. You got to see this one, and you know I don't turn my camera on often. So this is 1895.
Nice.
U.S. official patent book, and I got 7 of them, all different volumes. The things that are in there you wouldn't believe. And my favorite one, well, my second favorite one is this one. And this is actually newer than one of the ones I have. And they show things in here. They discuss how to make certain things that they won't print anymore.
That was a brick for a book. Oh my good.
Yeah, we picked up 11 of these patent books at a antique store up in New Hampshire like 10, 15 years ago. The guy just had stacks of them. And my daughters were just like, this is cool. And I was like, yeah, this is cool. And so they were like $5 a piece. I was like, yeah, I'll take. I'm flipping through and going, wow, there's all kinds of really cool stuff in here. I sent one to Tammy. It was something for canning. I forget what it was. And I sent her a picture of that one way back when. She was like, holy crap, there's a patent for it in like 1896.
How detailed is it? Is it something you could like copy, or is it just telling you the concept of it?
No, there's pictures in here and not necessarily diagrams with measurements, but let me
You got the general plans there that a smart person could probably figure it out.
Oh yeah, it doesn't take, if you're mechanically inclined, you can kind of figure these things out. Let's see. Some of these things that go on for like pages and pages and pages, and they tell you everything all about it. Hell, there's even one in here for a door on a box car that slides open instead of flips open. Yeah, every now and then I'll flip through it. I keep one out of my cabin. It gives me something to read if I'm bored.
Well, if you're what's the word I'm looking for? If you feel not energetic, but if you feel motivated to do something, you can go and scan it all the PDFs and start selling the PDF. Sell the PDFs for $15 a piece for each book.
Yeah, sure. Well, let's see. I'm not at the end of this one, but I'm up to 1,900 pages in this book.
All right, sell for $25. $25 a PDF.
Yeah, you'll recoup your money for your time in about 10 years.
Yeah, no.
It depends how many people start buying them.
No, who are you kidding? They'll buy it and copy it and sell it themselves or give it away. Yeah. Nope. They're just for me for now.
Yeah.
That's a really cool find, by the way. Well done on that one.
Oh,
yeah.
I'll never get these things up.
Yeah, well, the thing is about the hard copy that you have there over a PDF. 2 of those hard copies will stop at 30/30.
This one by itself would probably stop at 30/30. It's like 6 inches. It's like 6 inches thick. It's pretty heavy. Yeah, and the one Van Nordstrom's I got is from 1947. I have another one from 1939. That one's got some stuff in there. And if you buy like even a newer one from even the 1947 doesn't have the same things in it. They talk about it, but they don't show you pictures, diagrams, and give you directions on how to build stuff.
Yeah, because
the other one does.
You're supposed to keep the older book, and they're just referring back to the older book.
Yeah, that's why I have the older book.
Yeah, that's what I liked about the plans I downloaded from FEMA. I mean, they were detailed plans on how to build stuff. I mean, you can't. I downloaded these about 15 years ago, so I'm not even sure they're still available on FEMA's website.
Yeah, this one even shows how to build a derrick, like a crane, out of wood with the pulleys and the ropes. Everything where it goes, slight measurements. Yeah, like it doesn't give you the measurement, but it says like this is half the height of this for your leverage and stuff like that, and all kinds of really cool hoisting looking things. And yeah, they come in handy if you have some rope and a bunch of logs laying around and you need to lift something heavy.
That's cool.
Yeah.
A lot of chemical formulas. That's scary.
Yeah. Let's see. All right. So personally, what would you guys do if you found out you had 10 days before? So what was a good one on this one here? All right. You got 10 days before an asteroid that had a void thing was coming and was going to land in the middle of the Atlantic, and it's 20 miles across. Basically, it's it's going to vaporize a lot of water. There's going to be deluges afterwards, and tsunamis, earthquakes, and everything else. It's not a planet killer. It's not a planet killer, but it could be a government killer.
I'd book a last-minute holiday off the UK island that will be sunk.
Yeah. Personally, I that's hidden there. Okay, that size, and they know it. They've tracked it, and they've timed everything. Yeah, it's going to hit right above the Mid-Atlantic Trench, and okay, that's one of the deepest spots in the world there. Okay. I may be moving all the family up here to Idaho, but we're going to be probably going out and buying an old gas 4-wheel drive with no electronics on it at all, or get an old military truck that has a multi-fuel engine in it that'll burn gasoline, white gas, diesel fuel, kerosene, whatever. Yeah, those books are not BOB compliant unless you're using them as your body plate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a difficult one with the whole asteroid situation because, like you say, some places are just going to be completely written off, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, highest point would be my bug out location.
Yeah.
I
thing
guess.
is, so and everyone, and it's you're not going to get you shouldn't get from all my research on it, because I'm using it for a book. You shouldn't get any hard material through the atmosphere, just a lot of vaporization of seawater.
Okay.
So the humidity in the world's probably going to jump up to about 95%. So you're going to have a lot of rain cloud. I mean, like there's going to be deluges afterwards, storms and stuff going on for quite a while.
So we're not talking sudden impact and like tsunamis rolling across the whole.
Oh, there will be tsunamis rolling across the Atlantic.
Yeah.
The other thing, though, just to kick on it, is because all that water has been turned to flash steamed in the Atlantic. The other sides of the Pacific now are going to start flooding in to replace the water. But then again, you can have all this hot steam in the air, which means the poles are going to warm up a little bit, and you could have fresh water come in. Yeah, but the immediate thing, what are you going to do immediately? And don't say you're going to go out and ask that pretty famous actress you always wanted to ask out and go out and ask her out.
It's a difficult one. It's not something you kind of prepare for in general, is it? So it's difficult. It depends on the location you're in. I think the location I'm in initially, I should be okay. I'm quite high up anyway, altitude-wise. If the UK doesn't totally sink, I'm all right.
Yeah.
But it would be just if I've got 10 days and it's not complete chaos out there, I would definitely just go and be topping up supplies and stuff like that at that stage. Maybe get a canoe just for the
I think I've got it. I think I've got a solution for us all.
Go on.
Yeah.
Air balloons.
Air balloons. Yes. There you go.
Air balloons. Yeah. If we had a community of them, you could even link. Maybe is it possible to have them sort of tied together by ropes, have a floating island?
Well, in was it Mortal Engines?
Yes, I was trying to think. I've seen it in a film.
Yeah, where they have the floating city, all these balloons tied together and stuff.
Wow, that's it. Let's do it.
Of course, the other thing is too is there a used World War II diesel submarine around somewhere?
I think there's one up in Patterson, New Jersey. Still floating.
There's one in Chicago in the museum that we stole from the Germans during the middle of the war. Hijacked it.
Can you put a submarine on balloon? Can you put it with balloons and make it float?
Yeah, really, really big balloons. Just call NASA. They got plenty of them.
Okay.
Yeah. No, my luck. The only thing I'd find would be something like the Hunley from the Civil War, and I wouldn't stand much of a chance in that.
Yeah, Vanessa's right. There's going to be severe storms going on because you're going to have all that heated water. There's going to be turbulence like you're not going to believe up there. Ain't nothing flying.
Yeah.
At least nothing flying for the first 5 days afterwards. But beforehand, if you need to get out of the area, hey, now's a good time to come visit the Grand Tetons up here at 14,000 foot elevation in Idaho, Montana, and Utah.
Yeah, just bring your air respirator. You're going to need it with the oxygen parch up there.
Yeah, definitely.
And buy a lifeboat and put it right at the top of the mountain just in case.
Get one of those military Zodiacs.
Here's a question.
I'm going to take my 20-foot container and strap a whole bunch of 55-gallon drums to it about midway up. So that way, if water comes in, I'll just hop on top of it and float around for a while.
You can get a second-hand lifeboat for $5,000.
There you go.
Welcome, yesterday, Ortega. Good to see you.
It's your scenario.
There's some free ones on the bottom of the Atlantic from the Titanic if you want to go get those.
Oh, no.
That was a bad one.
That same scenario, Gil, back at you. What do you think the powers that be would do in that situation? Would they
try to keep it as quiet as long as possible?
Yeah.
Yes, give them time to get themselves situated.
There would probably, unless some university, I can't even think of the word, telescope.
Yeah.
Well, I spotted it and put the word out right away, or one of the floating, orbiting satellites that has public access to it. Someone spotted it there and put it out really quick. It's going to be a lid on it, and you'll probably get about 2 or 3 days of news silence on it before someone tweets it out.
Yeah,
whatever.
Oh, they're going to the governments are going to give themselves as much time as possible for them to get situated. They don't care about the public.
Yeah, you will see major museums shut down immediately. So if you see all the museums shut down immediately, something's coming on because they are moving all of that artwork that they can to a vault somewhere to protect it. You see suddenly all of a sudden there's a shortage of medications.
Toilet paper.
Now that's not going to happen until the public hears about it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But there will be some things. Those that know how the government works and watching things, there'll be key signs. They're going, all right, something's in the wind.
At what point do you think they'd ground flights?
They'd probably ground
regular
the flights
people.
For regular people.
Maybe a day before.
About 12 hours before.
Oh, really? So I can book my holiday to the mountains. I'm all right.
Yeah. I would say you probably ground because there's no danger until it hits.
Yeah.
And so they'll probably ground flights 12 hours beforehand just to control movement.
Cool. Yeah. It'd be get out of Dodge for me. I think I'd have to find a better location.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Bob, for that one.
And then I got that song stuck in my head.
We're about to get attacked by the purple people eaters anytime now.
The memes.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a 10. Bob, that was a 10-pointer. I mean, yeah, hands down.
Yeah.
That was the best comment tonight.
Yep. That requires a very, very big submarine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, the other thing you will see. All right. It's going to hit somewhere around. I'm trying to remember. 10 to 20 degrees north of the equator, in the center of the Atlantic, you're going to see all the navies of the world at full speed heading to the Pacific. And most likely, you're going to see half of them go to the North Pacific and the other half to the Southern Pacific. Because they're not in about midway, so they don't know how the water currents are going to flow afterwards.
Take care. Thanks for stopping by.
Take it easy, CR.
Would that be all? Would that be even like anything that's docked on that coastline would be going around the other side?
Yeah, anything that could get loose, it would be moving. All military bases from Spain's, Britain's, America's, Brazil, everybody's military that's on the coastal area is going to start moving farther inland. So you start seeing stuff moving. It's going to be going. That's what it's going to be going at here. But because you can figure something like that. You can figure on at least a 3,000-foot tidal wave hitting the or tsunami hitting the shorelines. At least, because as it's coming down, it's going to, before it even makes impact, that the heat is going to start vaporizing water. But then again, if it hits right and it vaporizes it a certain way, one of the theories is that you're going to have a steam explosion pushing water out even farther and faster. So you could have mile-high tsunamis hitting the coastlines.
So basically, it's a planet killer. So there's nothing you can do about it. So
no, it's not. If it's
between your legs,
if it hits that there, it's not. It should not hit. It will when it does hit the bottom of the ocean. It's not going to be It shouldn't send up the debris cloud of dirt and dust and everything else.
Now, if it hits hard enough and moves that much water and hits the bottom of the ocean where it's like 3 miles deep. Yeah, you can kiss the Earth's crust goodbye because a volcanic eruption is going to just saturate everything.
Yeah, you would get a magna fluctuation shockwave.
Yeah, earthquakes. Yeah, you're dead. I don't care where you're at. You better be on Mars or the moon.
By the way, Elon Musk is selling trips to on SpaceX.
Sure is.
Oh,
make sure.
So it's Lewis just became a member of my channel. Woo.
I thought he was. Oh, he must have just renewed.
He was a member of Camp Patton.
Ah, gotcha.
Or if he was a member, he was a member of the one level which when the platform screwed up my stuff and eliminated one of the levels. That may have been it. He may have been the lower level that they got rid of for me. Korea has a few of those old diesel ones yet.
Would the long-term effects of that be major weather as well? Because it would interrupt the Gulf Streams and stuff, right?
Yeah, it would ruin everything for a very long time.
It would screw everything. It would be my great-grandkids would see stuff starting to return to normal.
There'd be so much water vapor in the upper atmosphere at that point, it would block the sun out with clouds for years.
Not from the guys I've talked to, because a year or two maybe, but as soon as it goes up there, as soon as it starts blocking the upper atmosphere, the lower clouds are going to be turning to rain. That's stuff like the Tonga eruption that just happened a year ago. But there's still a lot of moisture floating around in the upper atmosphere, and that crap ain't coming down anytime soon. Yeah, but it depends on how much stuff goes up. Bob's comment, put it up there. Yeah. Thanks, Bob. They play chess over there, don't they?
Yeah, in Russia.
Now another song popped in my head about Bangkok.
A whole bunch of jokes just popped into my head, but I'm not going to say that word again.
Yeah.
That would probably not be a good idea.
No, I won't do that.
Yeah.
I'm not that mean.
But yeah, all right. Say something more. All right, let's go something more plausible, because it happens all the time, just not to the extreme. This morning there was a 10x solar flare off the limb on the sun going away from the Earth. If that had hit us, it would have been, according to Space Weather News and some of the others, they were saying, all right, that would have definitely caused a lot of problems for the grid. Not terminal problems, but would have caused problems. But if we had like a 1000x solar flare, like the Carrington, or a little bit more than the Carrington event.
The Carrington event could have been as low as X28, I think, or X24. It could be as low as that. Which, I mean, we had an X30 fly off the sun late last year or early this year.
Yeah, going the other way.
Yeah, going the other way. So it could very plausibly happen. I do the space monitoring. I have the solar monitoring stuff all the time. It's one thing. It's the main thing that started me like prepping seriously. Yeah. So
let's say an X30 heading towards Earth, and will give us a little benefit. Will give us the benefit. It's a slow pop with the instead of the boom. It's a slow one, so it gives us 3 days before it hits Earth.
So first thing I'm doing is going live. I won't bother monetizing it though, but I'll go live and let people know. But yeah, I think I'm prepped for this anyway. I think a lot of preppers around the core of prepping, it's no matter what the scenario is, they talk about no power and stuff like that. So the base around that, the extra contingencies that people don't think about is the Carrington event. It set fire to telegraph cables. Right. Yeah. It also had telegraph, like Morse code things going off when nobody was touching them. Yeah. With modern cables, the fires that could cause, house fires, if you're in a condensed area, if you're in a city, if you're in a terrace or anything like that, the house fires are unreal. So one of the biggest preps I've got for the Carrington event is not just alternative power; it's lots of fire safety stuff.
Yeah. The other thing I would be doing on that. Keeping up on the monitoring the data on and the arrival time. 12 hours before it arrives, I would be disconnecting my power box, pulling all the breakers out, pulling the meter out, going up to climbing the power pole, and pulling the breaker bar, the disconnect coming down. Get the padlock on it, pull it down to disconnect my house totally from the grid. Mm-hmm. Give an insulator there to it, so that the amount of wire in my house that shouldn't catch fire because I don't have miles of wire connecting to it. That's one of the things I would be doing there. The other thing I'd be doing, I'd be going about a mile away to my friend Ben Gilmore, Minuteman Prep, and buying a bunch of the stuff he has over there for his company. He has a company that sells solar systems and the Faraday bags. Yeah. He sells Faraday bag. I'll be buying the big Faraday bags. All my electronics will be going to Faraday bags. All the new stuff I'm buying, everything will be getting isolated.
In theory, a Faraday bag's great for EMP. In theory, it shouldn't be affected by a Carrington-style event, small electronics. It needs because of the wavelength it comes in, it needs a larger aerial. So that's why the power grid's at risk, because the antenna acts as the aerial. So smaller electronics should be fine. You're right to disconnect everything and stuff like that. I would say before you disconnect everything and sabotage the thing, charge everything up first.
Yes. The thing is, though, when the Carrington event happened, the magnetosphere on the Earth was a lot stronger.
Yes. Yeah.
And the magnetosphere has weakened, the poles are shifting, tracking it and everything else. And so, because, with the little flares we've been getting the northern lights down into Mexico and down into North Africa. Because, so that a 30 would hit more like a 40 or a 50. An X40 or 50 because of the magnetosphere. So, yeah, technically it shouldn't, but because of the weakening magnetosphere and everything else,
Better safe than sorry, right?
Yes, exactly. Better safe than sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. And if anyone is last minute and they haven't got like Faraday bags or anything like that, it's not proven. It's not foolproof, especially against EMPs, but something like that. Unplug your microwave, throw as much stuff in the microwave as you can. That's an insulator as well. And
then wrap the microwave with aluminum foil.
Yeah, if you can, yeah. I've made a Faraday box out of a old ammunition crate, quite a large ammunition crate. It took some grinding and some, to get a seal and stuff like that. But the only way to test it as properly as well, without some government technology and actually creating EMP, is make sure you can't get a phone signal and a radio signal in it. So if anyone's following some of these guides where they say, oh, just go to Home Depot and buy a tin bin and throw everything in there and everything's wonderful, test it, because you could do that and you could still get a phone signal through it. Trust me, that is not foolproof.
Actually, you just gave me an idea. I totally spaced off. I'm an idiot. About 8 miles away is a very, very big military surplus store. And they got the big foot lockers that are watertight.
Okay.
With a gasket on those. And I'd go over and drop a few bills and get a couple of those. And then I would swing by Home Depot or Lowe's and get the rubber spray stuff, like the Flex Seal and stuff, and coat the inside of the rubber, lay a piece of plywood in the bottom, and then pile everything in the middle and seal it down.
The one thing with them gasket things is, which depending on which brand you get and stuff like that, make sure the seal isn't insulated by the rubber. The metal has to touch the metal. It has to be complete, so it's not just rubber separating it. Because that's the problem I had with this ammunition crate. It was painted and it had a seal underneath. So the metal actually wasn't touching it. So I had to grind that away so it was sealed, then seal it afterwards.
Well, the simple, real simple way to take care of that. From the hardware store, they have the aluminum, like duct tape.
Yes. Yep. I've seen it, but I've not tested it. Yeah.
Yes. And so that will complete your seal around it. Mm-hmm. I forgot to go. I'm going to go over there and check to see what they have over there.
Yeah. This is why these conversations are good, because it prompts your own preps, right?
Because if they have the real big ones are it will be probably cheaper than buying a bunch of the Faraday bags, and then all I got to do to put in a Faraday bag is I got my a couple of my 2 terabyte hard drives, backup hard drives in Faraday bags right now, and I got my Kindle in there. I just bought a new used refurbished laptop off of Amazon for under $200, and that's going to go in a Faraday bag.
Yeah.
So
I've not got a laptop. I've got some hard drives in there, some data drives with like guides and things, but I've got we have like a mesh network set up for communications. So I've now got a couple of old smartphones in there, and a spare mesh node. So if something happens, I can then take that out and reset up communications as quickly as possible between a network that we have.
Cool. I'm trying to find something here real quick for you guys so I can share it with you. Wow, I've gotten a lot of crap since I bought that thing. Did I totally miss it?
I heard the metal garbage bin, but you feel the microwaves. The microwave's the last resort, Tammy. I don't trust that. I would definitely build a Faraday cage if you've got the time. I'm just saying, if it's 3 days before, it's better safe than sorry. The only thing with the garbage bins, it's just because people are selling it, the fact you can buy them and it's just instantly a Faraday cage. Trust me, no garbage bin is made that perfectly that the seal is perfect all the way around. My friend, the Scottish Prepper 73, did a video, and it took him lots of swearing and reforming to get this thing to actually stop a signal. So just make sure you test it. Same as every prep, test everything.
Yeah. All right. Yes.
You almost need a screw-on metal-to-metal lid instead of just a snug fit. to make sure it's all metal to metal, because the threads will probably grab a little better.
With that, what I would do, I would get a big metal trash can and get a smaller rubber trash can and put inside, and put your stuff in the rubber one inside the metal one, and then seal the metal one up. All right, so just for those that are interested in what I spent my money on a great prep, this is what I got. Of course, this is a refurbished one, but the price has gone up $15 since I bought it. The price fluctuates up and down. But yeah, so this is the one I just got here. And this is this is my emergency backup laptop.
Did it come with Windows on it, or did you stick Linux on there?
It comes with
Windows 10, it says on that
Windows 10.
Yeah.
I'm going to be taking it over to the Geek Squad and because I haven't turned it on yet, because it's going to want me to create a MS account and everything for it. And I'm going to take it over then, because they know how to go and do the backdoor boot up and then blocking it from me ever needing any updates and stuff like that. And then I'll get them to install an older, like a 2012 version of Office on it. Because I have another one that has an older version of stuff on it. I don't get any updates on it, and it's connected to the internet. Microsoft ignores it totally because it's so old.
Yeah.
But everything works on it. Office, all the Office things work on it. PDF works on it. Adobe works on it. But it's just an older model that doesn't have all the bells and whistles and all the spy stuff. The self-observing stuff on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, yeah. So that's one of the things I have for any type of EMP. I'm getting set up for any type of man-made or natural EMP. So I have stuff. So I have a couple of couple terabyte external hard drives that I got all these plans for on there. I also got a couple extra printers that take. We got one laser printer, but I got a couple extra ink-based ones with the big tanks, not the little insanely expensive connecting things on it. Those will go into an EMP bag inside the big thing. Oh, if it were.
I've got this one that's just quite cool. This is a Corsair Stealth USB stick with a bit of dust off my computer on it. But it's just a flash drive, but it's a completely sealed metal container that houses it, and the plastic separates the metal from it. So it's almost like its own little mini Faraday, but it's waterproof. It's got these bands on to be shockproof. That's basically all my backup stuff. I also encrypt it digitally, so you've got to use a password to get into it. But that makes my bug out bag into a so-called inch bag, because that's all my documents, stuff like that, my life on a USB stick. But
what brand is that?
Cool. It's Corsair, who do the RAM and stuff like that. You can get them on Amazon. You can get them up to like 3 terabytes, 4 terabytes. They're huge. This is only like 128 gig, I think, because it was only for documents. But
what's the price tag on that one?
They start, it depends on the size of the memory, but they start at less, like 10, 12 pounds. So probably it's about $20 and go upwards depending on the size.
That is not that bad.
It was a cool addition because I tried it out, and then a few people I know have bought them, and so I helped them. It's really easy to encrypt them as well, unless you've got Mac, and then it's a nightmare, but you can still do it.
Okay, all right. I found it. 128 gigabyte, USB 3.0, $30.
There you go. And when you were talking about backing up your documents before on paper and a USB and stuff like that, and it's just that added security, the fact it's waterproof. And I part of my test video, I put it on the floor. I was wearing my work rigger boots and I stamped on it a few times, and you can't even see it. So
Yeah.
There you go.
Excellent. Well, time to add that to my wish list.
How much bigger do they get?
Yeah.
And how much are they?
There we go. Added to my computer and video. Oh, hold on. That was how much? 128.
Mine was 128. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cheap. That's cheaper than the 64 gigabyte one.
Yeah, there's different. It's weird on Amazon. There's a 16 gigabyte one that's out of stock for me at the moment. There's a 32 gigabyte one at £16, and it goes up to, on my screen, it might be more, but on my screen, this goes up to a terabyte you can have.
Okay. The largest one just popped up here was the 256 terabytes, a quarter. Gigabyte rather, not terabyte. So. There's the half terabyte one, 512 gigabyte. I have to go looking for more.
Yeah, they've definitely got a terabyte one. It's here. It's £150 in UK. So if you want to do the translation on that,
yeah, let me put that in here for you guys and show you what it says. 1 TB and.
There you go.
$148.
Look, it's a lot cheaper in the States.
Well, that's dollars versus pounds. So
exactly.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
a 1 terabyte. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. Time to add that one to there too. So I have options. Always have options in your wish list, people. Always have options.
There's no rights and wrongs, just options and choices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to buy it. You have the option.
And remember, when in doubt, duct tape.
If not duct tape, WD-40. It's one or the other, right?
Right. That's it.
And if you have no way to read anything off that USB drive, you're kind of stuck with something you can throw at the neighbor if he gets too close to you.
Thing is though, see my Kindle, I can read off of my flash drives.
That's assuming everything still works. You might be able to read it, but depends on how bad we want to go here.
Yeah.
Power's totally down and not coming back, and you got no sunshine to charge anything, and you got no gas to run your generator. Yeah, you better get that printer out and start printing that stuff fast.
I got 2 exercise bikes that have been converted to produce 12-volt power. I just put the grandkids on there. Are we doing good, Grandpa?
No, this for me, I've got like the hard drives and the computer for anything like that. This was only for like documents,
Yeah.
I mean, if it hits the fan and I've bugged out and nothing comes back on, then it's useless anyway, right? But if I come back to my house, at least I've got my insurance details, my deeds, stuff like that.
Yeah, CB is right there. $30 less than you pay to go out to eat once.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh,
you can't eat a USB drive, but you can have enough information on there to plant enough food for you and the county.
Yeah,
that's the old adage of teach a man to fish, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Knowledge is power.
I agree with that.
Yeah, Zebra Preps in the comments there. She said MacBook was difficult. I was literally doing tech support for her to get it encrypted on a MacBook. It was a nightmare.
Oh man!
But that's your own fault for having a MacBook, so.
Yeah, if Backwoods Law was here, he'd be firing off all the Apple insults. Let's see. But something that may, I'm not sure how much time this would give you. Different scenario. Just a little bit similar, but different scenario. In your country and other countries, terrorist organizations are being tracked that they're trying to take down the grid, and all law enforcement's going after them. And it's another country saying, "Oh, we have the same thing going on here, same thing." They haven't taken down the grid yet, and then all of a sudden, one big section of the grid goes down. What do? Not necessarily your section, but something like, "Oh, Spain just lost all their power," and so these organizations are now striking, and so there's credibility to the fact that that the X and Twitter and the independent news organization are saying is out there. What do? They may or may not get your area, but it's happening somewhere.
Yeah, I mean it's alarm bells, right? But I mean, I'm not sure what I'd do different because I've got a communications plan in place. But I would say anyone who hasn't, that's what you'd need to be doing, making sure you've got an alternative communications plan with somebody in place.
Yeah. And because if they do get the grid in your area, well, here all right, for the United States, we have a very balancing thing. If one section of the grid gets hit the right way, it's going to cause a cascade for other sections, because basically it's not going to have time to shut off, and you're going to have the back surge going to or forward surge going to other areas, power being rerouted, and things to start going click. Click, click, click. And sometimes that clicks may be, within a few minutes. It may be within a few hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another reason to have your fuel tanks kept above 3/4 full all the time and have extra cans of gas you rotate through your fuel tanks or diesel, if you're a diesel engine, through your vehicle.
No, it's even worse for me. At the moment, I've got an electric car. I hang my head. Sorry,
in the words of Bob to CB, you're fired. Sorry, dude. I had some credibility going there with the USB drives, but you just went all Tesla on us. We're done. Just bow out and shut it off now.
We have a diesel as well that Mrs. Urban Prepper uses, so we do have a diesel as well.
All right. You redeem yourself a little bit.
My workplace is bought into the net zero go green thing, so it was kind of a stipulation, and I got it for next to nothing, and it's on lease, so it's not mine. But if you look at it this way, if it's not an EMP or a solar flare, the power just goes out. I've got a 60 kilowatt battery outside that I can draw power from. So there you go. I've got the biggest power bank.
There you go.
All right.
Yeah.
That's good. But do you have the stuff hooked up to be able to use it?
Yes, I have a 4 plug extension to bring it straight into the house.
Okay. So it'll go both ways. You can pull from and everything else. Okay.
Yeah. I try and keep it above 60 to 80% just in case.
Yeah, as long as the company pays for the charging part, you're good.
Oh, no chance. They don't do that.
But they don't allow you to charge at work?
They push green vehicles, but they said it's too expensive to put a charger in at work. I'm like, well, this is
my company wants us to go all electric too. I'm not going to say the company. And they asked me all kinds of questions, would you be willing to have a charging station at your house on a separate meter? I'm like, sure. If you're going to pay for it and pay for the electric, absolutely. The problem is I won't be able to suck any extra power out of it because they monitor everything. They'd be like, you can't hook that car up to your house after you charge it off of our meter. Sorry.
Yeah. And the problem with those electric cars, if the battery break on you, I saw, I believe it was yesterday, if you need to replace it, it costs you $500,000.
See, yeah, this is the benefit of a lease, right? So I don't have to worry about any of that. And the battery in mine is a new designer battery called a Blade battery. It uses no cobalt or anything like that, and it's supposed to last longer than I'll last. So that's always a good thing. But I mean, it's interesting though, because I do still have all my emergency stuff, and where in the diesel I've got a can of like diesel, a small can of diesel in there as an emergency. In this, now I cart round an all powers 2 kilowatt power bank. So I can literally hook it up and get an extra 10 miles out of the power bank if I ever needed to.
All right. Tammy's asking a question over on my side. It's showing, yeah. I hadn't heard that. Of course, I haven't been on my, hit my news feeds here and see what's up here. Nothing's coming in on my news feeds here. Let me hit the search the regular news.
Yeah.
What have you heard about attacks on U.S. hospitals? I hadn't heard anything.
I haven't heard anything either.
Oh, cyber attacks on U.S. hospitals popping up. No, that's an old one. That's an old one. Is this physical attacks, CB, or what? Or Tammy? Sorry, Tammy. Is this a physical attacks? And I'm going to search that one. Nope, just okay, I'm seeing some stuff from 1 day ago, 2 days ago, and 3 days ago. FBI says no specific credible threat targeting U.S. hospitals. Everyone's saying no threats. And then the one says, is a question, are hospitals under siege? So somebody may have put something out there, but not sure on it. And what does that say? No, nothing saying that they are under attack. And if there was anything out about it, possibility, they pulled a lot of stuff down.
Yeah.
Because it's nothing going on. And that brings up a whole nother problem of something to cause SHTF.
Cyber attacks.
Yeah. On infrastructure.
I think I feel that's more likely than anything physical initially, because it's happening. It's happening right now, right? And it might not be a government specifically, but it's small entities doing it. And even myself, my servers have been attacked more in the last two or 3 months than they have all year. Just random people trying to get in. So it's just, I think that's more that and sabotage to the underground, the underwater cables are the two most likely, in my opinion.
I agree. I definitely agree. Even here in Sweden, we have some of the companies has been attacked by cyber attacks. So that's, and even our, I believe our municipality have also been affected by cyber attacks. But
got a question for you guys over there, across the pond.
Yep.
I like referring to it as the pond. My British heritage. Is your infrastructure for water, power, sewage, and stuff isolated from the internet?
No.
Because here in the U.S., after 9/11, we started pushing. When I worked at Homeland Security, we were pushing to make sure that all the dams, their control computers, are isolated, and the power grid distribution centers are isolated. So no one can hack in and, we're opening all the floodgates on the dams.
I can't speak directly for sewage. I mean, Real might be able to give us some more, but I can't speak directly for sewage and water. But I know that power stations have connections, and they're not isolated. And I know somebody that works in one of them, a nuclear facility, and they're not isolated in that way. No, they're still very. I mean, they're employing a lot of cybersecurity people.
My knowledge is very limited on that one as well. So, sorry about that.
Yeah, because I know like here they're supposed to have an outside computer there, and then they have the control computer which is isolated. If they need to have something done, they receive the data and everything on the outside hookup computer, and then they're supposed to go back in and verify it before they take action.
It probably is. There probably is some set up like that. It's just that I'm not aware of it. I mean, it's probably these days it must be modernized in some way.
Yeah. I just feel like as a nation we don't take the threat as credible as we should. Whereas you guys obviously had that prompt with 9/11 to do things like that. Yeah. Even with the attacks that we had.
I think they do. It's just that we're not really aware of it.
Yeah, possibly.
How often do they say things like, "Oh, we were monitoring these people that were very dangerous, and before they did this very dangerous, horrible act, blah blah blah," and the public was like, "Well, we're the last to know about it."
Yeah, yeah.
So I would think that they probably. They know more than we do.
Oh, I have no doubt. Yeah, I have no doubt. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the FBI here. They're always like, "Oh yeah, that person was on our radar for years."
Yeah. We knew he was the mad axeman from this village who slaughtered 1,500 people on a drunkard mad one night, and he was loose in your area. Okay, I'm just exaggerating a little bit there,
but yeah. Yeah, of course. Anything for me, anything comes from
similar kind of pattern. Similar kind of pattern. We knew that there was a big, a big army there of 30,000 people who were capable of doing such atrocities, but we couldn't give anyone any warning, even though there was a build-up for like, they were being trained for 15 years in South Africa somewhere.
Hmm.
Oh, so you're saying Elon Musk knew about it? Just kidding.
Well, I mean, these things need to be planned ahead. You need equipment, you need uniform, you need weaponry, you need, logistics. You need a lot of things. Again, you need the training, and then all of a sudden they get hired out, and then you hear things like this group over there, beginning with W, beginning on the side, beginning with R. And then the people on the other side. I've got mercenaries going over there. It's like who's who anymore. And then you just see people in sort of black uniform, and that's who they are. How do we know that's who they are?
Yeah.
You've got a group of people that come along and just sweep everybody out of the way, and you think, wow. And then we're told that these people are just some guys that were from villages in the Middle East somewhere. Hang on. These guys were very skilled and trained, and they had the resources as well. But again, us public, what do we know? It's all theatrics. It's all Hollywood.
We know as much as we're supposed to know.
Yeah. On a need-to-know basis.
So back to the topic of if the crap was going to hit the fan and it was near, what would you do? I'm gonna keep tabs on you, Daryl Love, right?
Okay, I'd say don't keep up with the Joneses. Don't waste your money on like expensive new stuff if you don't have to. Think more prepping. If you knew there was going to be a SHTF situation coming, depending on that situation, prep accordingly. Whether if you live in a flood area, maybe buy a couple of rubber dinghy boats. If you live in a war-torn area, maybe move. If you live in a place that's like famine prone, maybe go somewhere where there's food. The basics first off. Just look at your immediate situation. If you're living in a place like Venice and every year the water's rising a couple of inches and it doesn't look good, go somewhere, go higher ground, and prep accordingly. Again, if you live where a situation where it could be nuclear, have you got thyroid tablets? Have you got the appropriate sort of face masks and filters? If you live in a desert area and you won't get, there's no shop down the road, supermarket where you can buy water. So stock up on water. Depending on your situation, just act accordingly, and But in the meantime, pray. And if you're not praying, pray again, and if because we don't know what situation can happen. We see in stories of people just losing everything, just like that. Bam. Could be fast, it could be slow, could be medium, could be, it's happening all over the place. And we happen to be, at the moment, we're not in a situation. We're able to be sitting here talking about it. So we got this sort of ability to sort of plan ahead at the moment. And it's, I would say, don't wait. All right, obviously, don't panic. That's what I don't mean to start panicking and jump down in a bunker like UK Prepper said, but be aware. That if people are saying, well, this is going to happen in a certain amount of years, well, act. Try and sort of be prepared for that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there's not many preppers in the UK. It's not a massive thing. But when independent survey was done, 55% of people in the UK expected World War III to fully kick off within the next 5 years.
They're waking up. They're waking up. They're seeing everything happening all around them, and it's becoming a possibility.
But then still not prepping. That's what I don't get. It's that mentality.
Everyone's going to go around Bob's house. We're all going to go around Bob's house, aren't we? Hey, Bob, it's the UK. What? Go away.
Yeah, the entire UK is in Bob's front yard saying, hey, we know you got stuff here. Let us in.
If it's Chef's house, we'd be like, Chef, it's the UK. He'd be like, okay, I'll get the barbecue on.
Hold on. Let me empty my freezers out. I'll feed you all for about 10 seconds. You can move on to the next house. Good luck with that.
I was only joking, Chef.
I know you are. I'm just messing with you.
I'll send everybody to Greece. Send them all back to Greece. Like, you like all that Greek stuff, like, your republic stuff and democracy stuff. And, let's go back then. I blame the Greeks. Oops, I am Greek. Oh, okay.
You're self-hating.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'd send everybody home. If I had my own way, I'd say, right, send everybody home, sort out your own place. I mean, I think the whole point of education was to educate people. And like people say, well, we went, we civilized places or whatever. But did they? I think really what everybody was taught was how to be kind of, civilized, but how to be corrupt as well. And step on anybody's toes to get on and
as long as you're at the top of that corruption pile, right? That's what's just climbing to the top of the corruption mountain.
Yeah, you're kind of respected if you can get up there, Yeah. If you don't get up there, you're like a tramp.
So, question on I mean, Chef was getting us back on topic. Out of you guys in here, with you being prepared already to a degree, how many of you would actually take the chance to go out and get last-minute supplies, or is it not worth the risk with fear?
It depends. What's going on?
And your community.
If on social media and stuff, there's a lot of people. Oh, it's not happening. It's a bunch of BS. But for sure, you're 100% that it's going to happen. But you're always going to have the naysayers that says that comet's not going to hit it when it's 4 inches away from their nose. But if it depends what's going on and how far the lead time is. If the lead time is 10 days, first thing I'm going to do is tell the staff sergeant to grab the boys and load everything up they can and get heading this way.
Let's for scenario's sake, let's say it's something like it's going to be like you said with the Carrington event, something like that.
Yeah.
And it's just been announced that it started to get credibility, so people have just about started to empty the shelves. So it's not like riots and chaos in the streets, but Joe Blogs is panic buying now. Would you go out in that scenario?
Probably
well,
not.
If it's just coming out so the public is becoming aware of it, I've probably been aware of it for 5 or 6 hours already.
Yeah.
And I've already gone out and I'm back home again.
So you would go out as long as it's preempting that. Yeah.
Preemptive. Everybody's going on, and depending on the time frame of it, what stores are open. Yeah, I would be out there, loading up on stuff. But the first sign of trouble, home.
See, I'm. Lots of people I speak to in the UK are like, no, I wouldn't risk it. I'm a prepper. I've got everything. I wouldn't risk it. For me, as soon as that panic buying started, I'd be going to my local shop because during that time where we all had to distance and got locked down, the big supermarkets sold out of toilet roll. People were fighting for stuff, things like that. The local shop still had everything. It costs a bit more, but it's local and it's right there and it won't be under that. I think at that stage when everyone starts emptying the local supermarket, Sainsbury's, Tesco, whatever, I'd just go to the local store and get whatever I thought I could keep for long term.
Yeah. What I'd be doing here, where I would be going would be at first hearing it and nobody else. I mean, nobody's reacting around, nowhere doing anything. I'd be heading up Idaho Falls, 15 minutes away. I'd be hitting the LDS home canning center, and I'd be loading up with cases of freeze-dried food, and fill my vehicle up full, and come back here. Then I'd head over to the military surplus store, pick up some stuff there, and in between there, sometime I'd be hitting my friend Ben Gilmore, Minuteman Prep down here, and getting some of the extra power stations that he has for sale, because no one's going to be heading down to his office to get stuff this late in the game. So except for me, I'd be going over there just to have more stuff here if he's even going to sell anything.
That's what I say. Would he have his doors open, or would you have to be paying in silver and gold?
Well, Ben and I have been we've been known each other for like 15 years now, and I knew him before I moved up here. And so, when my first trip up here was as his guest to be the keynote speaker at an emergency preparedness fair. So it's one of those things, and I have bought equipment from him, and I've been saying, hey, I need a little bit more, because what he has at his office and what he has at home, I'm not sure, if he's even going to dare go up to his office to move stuff, unless someone's there, unless it's to move it out of his office, out of his business into whoever's vehicle's there so they can go.
Yeah.
Hey, Shadow, I'm going to bail. My wife's going to be home here in about 5 minutes, and my car is blocking her in the driveway. So, I don't want to do that. I'm watching her on the map going, oh, she just walked in the parking lot. Yeah, I got to go. So, good seeing everybody. I'll catch you all on the flip side next week. Hey, Shadow, when does your time change? Because this is, for me, it ends at 7.
We change tomorrow.
Tonight, yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next week, March 30.
Right.
Hey, Mark, I'll see you on an hour over on my live stream.
Yes, you will. Yeah, it'll be from 2 to 5 instead of from 3 to 7, or 2 to 6 instead of 3 to 7, like it is now for me, which catches me off guard. So, y'all have a good night. Take care.
All right, see you later, Mark.
I'm gonna jump off as well while we're saying goodbye, guys, because I'm up at 5:30 to do my wonderful car boot sale stuff tomorrow.
I'm going to get up as well. It's getting on, and I think it's good to talk about this subject, and it's good to cover lots of different things, and be aware. And like you say, personally, I wouldn't, in a situation where everybody's panic buying, I wouldn't necessarily all of a sudden go out and try and get anything. I think as preppers, we need to be ahead of it. And the dangers of that is if you go and start getting certain things and everyone's doing it, you're going to be seen by people. They're going to know what you've got. We're going to see others, but we're not going to. I don't look at others and see what they've got, but there are going to be others that are going to look and see what we've got. So just be aware that if you do that, I mean, remember that people are going to be watching you. All of a sudden, they might see you with 50 cans of beans, and they might go, "I didn't know you was a prepper." Bam! You've exposed yourself. If you didn't want to expose yourself before, you might do it right in the right second where you didn't want to expose yourself. Like you might have someone in your house at that particular moment. You're watching a football program with some of your mates. They didn't know you was a prepper. They didn't know you had baked beans in the cupboard. And bam, something happens and you're like, "It's all right, I've prepped up." And they're like, "Hey, Bob, I didn't know you got so many cans of baked beans. We're staying here." Anyway.
One of the things, like he was saying, though, I agree with you on that. You assess the situation before you go out. If you assess it and it's like it's not worth it, you don't go out. If you assess it and they're like, "Is everybody brain dead and stupid and not doing anything?"
Yep.
Then you say, "All right, nobody's doing anything. I'm just going to go pretend a normal day, go out, get some normal stuff." Of course, for me, one big difference for me and a lot of people is Idaho Falls, where Costco and Sam's Club is 15 minutes away up the highway. In town here, just about everybody in town's a prepper. It's a small town, 400 and some odd people total. But I wouldn't be going. If I'm seeing on social media, why is everybody freaking out? Why is there mile-long lines at Costco? Nope, I ain't heading there. Nope.
Yeah. No, I get that. It was just an interesting to see what you would do because some people I have to get off preppers that they're never finished, right? Yeah. There's always another prep to buy. There's always something you should have got. So would that take over and would you try and get something? Is probably what I was asking, but I 100% agree in that.
The thing is, I would also hit places that no one else is hitting.
Yeah,
I would be going to like Home Depot. Mm-hmm. Getting more shovels, hose, rakes.
Yep.
More bags of stair manure, potting mix. I'd be probably hitting a lot of that stuff too because nobody's going to be there. They're going to be over at Sam's Club, Home Depot, Smart and Final, Fred Meyer's. They're going to be over at the grocery stores getting stuff. I'm going to be going to places they're not going to.
Yeah.
But once they start getting out in forest, then it's like, okay, I'm out of here. But one other thing too, a lot of people go, "Aren't you worried about being taken on?" I'm worried as much as I was when I was working at Homeland Security. I'm going to be, something happens, it's going to be one to the head, and I'm gone.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I assess the situation continually while I'm out there. And as soon as it starts turning, I'm gone.
Yeah. Knowledge is power. I think we've said it all the way through. So, it's good. Right. Thank you for having me, Shadow. Really appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Gail.
I'm off as well. Good night.
Surreal.
It's always nice to have you here.
Good night, everybody. Shadow, God bless. Good night.
Thank you. And for those that are interested, I go live in an hour from now on Gray Man Prepping, spelled with an A, the American way. But it's tonight's top. I'm doing a series called After the Event, What Would You Do? And tonight's is after supply chain fails, what are your plans? So that's what that is. If you give me a second here, I want to drop the link to that. There it is. So this is my live stream tonight link. There's the link for it tonight in 1 hour.
Yeah.
So, would you saw Mike say roads would be crazy, might not be worth a lot. Yeah, exactly. If people are out there and the roads are busy, and sorry, I'm flipping a U-turn going the other way.
Yeah.
I'm heading the back roads, and I got plenty of back roads here that lead home.
Thank you, Mike, for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
He's a really good guy.
Yeah. That's the only reason why I would, I don't have a passport. I don't, I have, I've never been to Canada. I've been to Mexico twice, just to Tijuana as a tourist. Last time I was there, I didn't like it, and we left early. But if I had the money, I might take a little trip over to across the pond there and visit you guys.
Yeah,
stop
that would be nice.
Stop in England, stop in Sweden. Go around and see some of you guys over there.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
But first, I got to find that winning lottery ticket that somebody dropped on the ground.
Yeah.
So. Thank you.
Yeah.
Which means I'm probably now up to 2008 subscribers. Whoa!
Oh, and
I got a giveaway coming up on the 15th. Let me check the calendar again. Come on here. It's going to be 2 weeks. No, it's going to be on the 12th. Yeah, on the 12th. Should be on the 12th. I'll have an announcement coming up. So I'm going to be doing a giveaway for my hitting 2000 here coming up.
Yeah. I have seen the beginning of March. I actually gained a lot of some new subscribers.
Cool.
The Sunday I woke up with the flu, I had 3,001 subscribers. And guess what? Now I have 3,128.
Woohoo! Yeah, great. Yeah, for those that don't realize, this is my second channel. My first channel is Camp Patton Family Compound. And that was I started that for homesteading and gardening and farming and that stuff. And I resurrected this one from back when I worked at Homeland Security, when I used to put out videos on all the changes going on with TSA, Customs Border Protection, all the travel alerts and stuff. I was usually putting stuff out on that, keep people from getting anything else.
Mike, I have a question for you.
Yeah. Tell you what, I'm going to, all right. Any of my videos on the very bottom of the description is my email. Just send me an email. It's simple. It's Camp Patton Family Compound. So Camp CAMP PATTON Family Compound, one long word, at gmail.com. And we can get together about that. Yeah. So I would love to do that.
I can actually copy your email to him. So
okay, Sid got it. He will. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Copy.
Yeah.
Oh.
So what time
yeah,
is it?
I got it, your mail already.
Yeah. Okay. So what time is it there where you're at right now?
11:58 p.m.
PM, 11:58 p.m. So you're going to be going to bed here a little bit, most likely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And All right. So I'm trying to think. He's trying to think what time it is in the UK right now.
He is 1 hour behind me.
So it's 10:58. It's basically 11 o'clock for him. Yeah, he needs to go into bed. All right, everyone. Yeah, 10:58. Yeah, it's just hitting 5 o'clock Mountain Time where I'm at. Yeah.
So that's easy when it comes to UK and my time difference. It's easy to remember.
Yeah, except it's going to be an hour less tomorrow because you're going on daylight savings time. Yeah.
You change your clocks earlier than we do.
Yeah, this is a major pet peeve of mine. It needs to go away. It was a bad idea it was a bad solution to a problem that did not exist. And what most people don't realize, how much it costs businesses, governments, and everything else to switch back and forth. And I love this quote from an American Indian. Only a white man would cut 2 inches off the bottom of his blanket and sew it on the top and think he had a longer blanket. And to me, I like to make it more specific. Only an idiot would cut a foot off the bottom of his blanket and sew it on the top and thought he had a longer blanket and more time to see.
You're very welcome, Zebra Prep. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah. Anything else you want to be covering?
No, I think we covered the most.
All right.
So I need to wrap up anyway. I'm on my 4 hour mark now, and I don't want to.
Yeah.
Be too late. Thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will see you next week. Same time, same channel. Stay safe. Be part of the solution, not the problem. God bless. And we are out.